presentation of Fox Sports.
We are the Fox. We are the West.
They pounded pitchers as teammates.
You can forget about this one. Goodbye.
Both are four-time All-Stars.
Beltre drive, left center field, up the alley and deep. Toward the bullpen. Goodbye.
Both with offensive acumen and precise execution.
He hits them. They ain't wall scrapers.
The signature Beltre swing.
Belted to left field. You can forget about this one.
Versus Cruz and his boomstick.
Cruz driven deep to left field. Gone.
These fellow countrymen look to lead their teams in a tough AL West battle.
There's a drive. See you later, baby. Woo! Look at that.
The combatants are set, and an interdivision collision commences.
It is gone.
Welcome to Texas Rangers baseball, presented by AT&T. Globe Life Park tonight on a sunny, warm Friday evening. Rangers happy to be back in town. Fans happy to see them back in town, and it is somewhat a new look Texas Rangers team. Rangers hosting the Mariners, the first of three on this holiday weekend. Great to be with you again, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Dave Raymond. CJ Nitkowski will be alongside here momentarily. I mentioned this is a new look Rangers team. A number of roster moves made today to shake up this lineup and get Carlos Gomez and Mike Napoli back in the lineup, both healthy and ready to go. You can see at the bottom of your screen, 4 are out. Tony Barnett to the disabled list, Dylan G designated for assignment. Profar and Rua both optioned. That opens up 2 other spots on the roster today as well. We'll get to that in a moment, but CJ, first, this lineup now looks like it is back to full strength.
Yeah, this is what the Rangers envisioned and John Daniels and company when they put this roster together. Now, we know the Rangers already had some pop, but you think about Mike Napoli, you think about Carlos Gomez, and all of a sudden now the long ball becomes even more of a threat. So that's some good news. But getting to the pitching and what you were alluding to, Dario Alvarez will now be activated or called up and in the bullpen. But the big news is Tyson Ross now getting his first start of the season and his first start since the very beginning of 2016. And let's take a look at Tyson Ross. Here are his numbers from 14 and 15. And what he did, of course, he was an all-star. You see the other things that he did. Their starts, very reliable guy. But here's what you watch with Tyson Ross, and here's what you get excited about. It is a power sinker. He keeps the baseball on the ground. You see the ground ball percentage right there at just over 60% over those 2 years. So he keeps the defense engaged. He relies on those guys. And when you think about how many double plays the Rangers have turned this year, you kind of see where this might be a really nice fit. So hopefully for him, he is healthy and feeling good. Now he'll be going up against James Paxton, who now has become the ace here in Seattle. No Felix Hernandez, no Masashi Iwakuma, and so it's Paxton who has been the guy that has stepped in now. He spent a little bit of time on the DL, but we saw him in the beginning of the year, and it is a power fastball, good arm. About 4 of his first 5 starts this year, no runs. So he's becoming the guy now all of a sudden here in Seattle.
Well, another thing to watch tonight. Should we get base runners on in this thing? They're an exciting bunch to watch. Some high RPM base running on both sides of the ledger tonight. And we'll have those speedsters in the spotlight when we come back. Brought to you by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. By Budweiser, not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. All right, just about set to go tonight. Opening game of this 3-game series. Rangers and the Mariners, and for the first time tonight, let's check in with Emily Jones.
Yeah, time for our Shiner Light Blonde Spotlight, and it features some of the best thieves in the American League. 3 of the top 4 leading stolen base guys on display here tonight. Gerard Dyson of the Mariners with 16, Elvis Andrus and Delino DeShields not too far behind with 15 and 14 respectively. So as we talked about, if guys get on base, especially here early tonight, look for them to be aggressive on the base paths, especially these 3 guys. Dave.
Yeah, I think that'll be a big part of this series. Of course, we anticipated some of that when we were in Houston as well. You look, I mean, the Rangers have been running like crazy. The only team with more stolen bases right now in the American League, the Angels, but the Mariners right there as well. And look, they'll want to be aggressive here on the road, especially should they get base runners against Tyson Ross. Well, an interesting pitching matchup is the focus for us tonight. Ross against James Paxton. Paxton, we know, we've talked about it ad nauseum in games past, how great he has been. Really, the mystery today as we unwrap this package, CJ, is what are we going to see from Tyson Ross?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, and you kind of keep a close eye on it. And every time a guy comes back from a pretty major injury and missing as much time as Tyson Ross has, there is some patience that is required. I don't think you can expect him, or at least wouldn't be fair to expect him to be the guy, the all-star version of Tyson Ross right away. But certainly the Rangers will be keeping a close eye on him and hoping that that sinker is still there, still has the really good life. I know he has to be extremely excited to be back on the mound. You know, we were talking about those stolen bases, and kind of worth noting, this has been a little bit of an issue for Tyson Ross. You know, we were looking at his numbers and said, okay, well, 2014 to 15 is probably the time to look. 68 stolen bases against him during that time. That was the most in Major League Baseball, so that'll be a little bit of the challenge as well. It's not just feeling healthy and doing what he does best, but keeping an eye on a very good running Seattle Mariners team.
All right, so a big moment for Tyson Ross, no doubt, just to leave that dugout and head out toward the center with a diamond. He's ready to go. Let's take a look at this Mariners lineup. And by the way, this is a Mariners lineup that has really been putting up some runs lately. Gamble and Haniger at the top, a couple of rookies who have been lighting it up. Cano, Cruz, and Kyle Seager in the middle. Seager has great success here against the Rangers. Valencia, Dyson, Zunino, and then Taylor Motter, the shortstop, batting ninth.
They'll be going up against Tyson Ross, and you get a look at Tyson taking his warm-ups now. And you know, I got to believe, listen, he's not a rookie, but I got to believe there's some anxiety there for him. It's been a while, but let's dig into the arsenal and look at what Tyson Ross will be featuring and kind of going historical here and what he has done over the course of his career. 60% fastballs is where he has always been, and then it's that slider. He is a true sinker slider pitcher. We use that phrase a lot, but there are only so many guys that are actually true sinker slider pitchers. Tyson Ross is absolutely one of those guys. A very, very occasional changeup, and we'll keep an eye too on the velocity and see where that is. Again, don't put too high expectations on Tyson Ross. That would probably be unfair. And all right, let's take a look at the Rangers defense, which is delivered to you by New Braunfels Convention and Visitors Bureau. Delino DeShields in left and Carlos Gomez, welcome back in center field. It'll be Chu in right, Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Odor, and welcome back Mike Napoli at first base. So a nice reunion between our center fielder and our first baseman, who both were just on a rehab assignment. Robinson Chirinos will be catching, of course, now here with Tyson Ross, and Jonathan Lucroy is in that lineup, as you mentioned, DHing.
I mean, crazy. All the changes and all the energy around the ballpark today. There you see Gomez all set to go in center. Napoli back at his usual spot at first base. All right, also a big game for the Rangers against these Mariners, because they have played 6 already in Seattle, and Seattle enjoyed a lot of success in those first 6. So Ross uncorks his first of the season, and that one way out of the zone for ball 1.
Like I said, there's got to be some butterflies there for Tyson Ross. I mean, you always have them anyway. I don't care who you are. There's that good kind of nervous energy that every big leaguer will tell you that they get, but especially here for Tyson Ross, just because It's been basically one game pitch since the beginning of 2016, coming back from the injury, and it's also a new team, right? That adds a little bit of extra anxiety. You always want to impress your teammates. Obviously, they know who he is, and he's been there and he's done that. But first time out, you really want to make a nice impression.
Gets one in there for a strike to Ben Gamel, who has really done a nice job. You look at Tyson Ross, now 30 years old, signed with the Rangers as a free agent in January after spending the last 4 years with the Padres. Behind here 3-1. The opening day starter last year for San Diego, but then missed the balance of the season with shoulder trouble that ultimately then is diagnosed as thoracic outlet syndrome, which requires the removal of one, sometimes two ribs to get a guy to the point where those nerves aren't impinged in there, and so takes a little while to recover. He had that surgery in October, and now his 3-2 pitch is upstairs, and he walks Gamel to start the ball game.
Batting second, the right fielder, number 17, Mitch Haniger.
Well, the fastball command looking a little rusty so far for Tyson Ross, at least in that first at bat. But you know, this is the position in which he can make up ground and does it as well as anybody when he is healthy, and that's getting guys to hit that sinker on the ground. Turn two. We know the Rangers have been fantastic at turning double plays, been a strength of theirs over the last couple of seasons. So, you know, maybe not the first at bat he wanted to have. Very easy to get out of this for Tyson Ross if he can do what he does best.
He finds a corner for a strike to Mitch Haniger. Another of these fabulous young Mariners hitters. 327 average for Haniger. We just saw Gamel, who came in at 345. And I will check swing, and indeed Joe West says he went around. Count 0-2.
Just to give you a little idea of what the Tyson Ross sinker looks like when it is on, and Mitch Haniger saw a fastball and thought he saw one that was going to be in the strike zone, but instead that ball finishes down out of the strike zone and under his hands, but he could not check his swing.
So Ross now in a very good spot here with Haniger, and he strikes him out swinging. His first strikeout as a Ranger.
Well, after looking a little rusty to the first batter, he comes back and looks really sharp to Mitch Haniger and punches him out on 3 pitches. A great execution of 2 fastballs, and then the first slider that we have seen tonight, and Haniger is way out in front.
So a walk and a strikeout, and now he'll have to deal with Robinson Cano. Cano, the perennial all-star second baseman for the Mariners, currently on an 8-game hitting streak. That's a season long for Cano, and I mentioned that this Mariners team has been playing a whole lot better lately. There's how his hit streak currently stacks up among active hitting streaks in the American League. Didi Gregorius right now setting the pace with 17.
Think Joe D's getting nervous?
Nope. Think he ever will.
39 to go for Didi.
That's one of those great ones that is so difficult to imagine anybody really seriously challenging.
Of this day and age, with the way bullpens are built, I'd say near impossible.
1-0. That's way outside. Ball 2 to Cano. So the Mariners, they've been playing a lot better baseball lately. They've won 12 of their last 18. And they've been doing it by outscoring their opponents by a wide margin. In fact, in that 18-game stretch, they've had 4 games in which they have scored 10 runs or more. And as a team over that's almost 3 weeks. As a team, they're hitting .313. Runner going. Pitch in there for a strike. Throw to second. Not in time. So Ben Gamel with a stolen base, his second of the year.
He got a great jump, and actually Robinson Chirinos made this look a lot closer than I even thought it was going to be. And this guy can run a little bit as well, as you see him getting down to second base pretty quickly, but Chirinos giving it everything he possibly had to try to make that a little bit close.
So Gamel out there in scoring position. And the 2-1 pitch. Way inside, goes to the backstop, heading to third. Gamble, the throw down there. Wow. Beltre with a between the legs attempted tag, almost got him.
Man, that would have been something special, right? You're watching this play unfold and you're like, wow, okay, he's going to be safe. But somehow between the quick throw from Chirinos, a nice bounce that they got off the backstop, but then Adrian trying to get this tag down as he was rushing over as well. This is a fastball that is yanked. But see how it bounces right back to Chirinos. He does not hesitate at all and makes a really nice throw to third base. I don't think Adrian was really expecting it, but how about the in-between the legs tag? That would have been something special if he had gotten him out.
I know, 3-1 count to Cano. Swings and bounces at first base. Napoli is going to take the sure out by tossing it to Ross. 2 away. Gamble scores on the putout, and it's 1-0 Seattle. All right, now that's not exactly the offensive threat that we were anticipating from the Seattle Mariners. They're capable of scratching out runs as well, but look at the run differential over those last 18 games, and the home runs, impressive.
Yeah, this is a good offense, and I think, you know, they got off to a slow start and everyone really expected them to get it going at some point, and now you're seeing it. Over these last 18, it's kind of all coming together. This middle of the lineup, when you start looking at Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, and they don't even have Gene Segura in there right now, who's on the deal. I mean, that is a formidable middle of the lineup. They can also stack the lefties and the righties the way that they have it today, so it makes it very difficult when you start thinking about how you match up your bullpen. But yes, this is a very good lineup, and they've been showing it as of late.
Cruz takes a ball. It's 1-1. 14 home runs for Nelson Cruz, and you would expect him to hit for a lot of power. And a hole now 1-2, but he's also been driving in a lot of runs.
He has, and he's done it well over the course of his career, but now leading the American League, kind of doing it quietly, quite honestly, because the Seattle Mariners had struggled for a while. They're playing much better baseball as of late, but there's some other names there that, you know, we've talked about Albert Pujols all the time, his RBI ability.
There's a swinging strikeout of Cruz, and Ross works through his first inning as a Ranger. He does allow a run, and now the Rangers coming to bat. What the Rangers have in store for James Paxton. Our Southwest starting lineup: Delano DeShields up top, and Shin-Soo Choo, one of just 2 lefties in the order. He and Rougned Odor, who is batting 6th tonight at second base. Great to see Mike Napoli back and Carlos Gomez back in the lineup. And this is the lineup that we had more or less anticipated at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and only 2 lefties in there. No Nomar Mazara, of course, but that is because you look at the pitch arsenal here of James Paxton. Big fastball. That's averaging 96 miles an hour. You'll see a couple of ticks up from that. It's the curveball and the cutter as well. This guy's got a big arm. He's done a really nice job, but he is tough against lefties, so Nomar not in there tonight.
He'll come after Delino DeShields with strike one. Delino leading it off today, 287 average. And getting on base almost 35% of the time. And a whole 0-2. Rangers back home after a very productive road trip in which they took 5 of 6 from the Nationals and the Astros. And now on the appealed check swing. No go, says Joe West, so it's 1-2 on Delino.
That was a great road trip. Going to play the Washington Nationals, the best team in the American League, sweep them, then go down to Houston, win the first 2.
Had a great opportunity on a Wednesday but couldn't get it done, and DeShields watches strike 3. He is the first out in his first inning.
Well, he didn't like this, but this is good execution by James Paxton. He went away earlier, and then he goes fastball in, even had a little bit of movement in, and I think Delino thought this ball might have been in, potentially up a little bit, but after he nearly chased out of the zone down and away on something off speed, the idea of coming back up and in with a fastball is a really good game plan.
So it gets Chu to the plate. Shin-Soo Choo hitting .257. At 380 on base, you're looking at the bottom of your screen. That's 8th best in the American League. And he hits this ball hard on the ground to the right side, but Cano positioned perfectly and retires Chu, second out of the inning.
Let's take a look at the Seattle Mariners defense and what's behind James Paxton tonight. Gamble, Dyson, Haniger will be in the outfield. Kyle Seager, excuse me, at third. Mater in there at short because there is no Gene Segura. Mentioned that earlier on the DL right now. Robinson Cano at second. Danny Valencia. And behind the plate, Mike Zunino, who, by the way, has been swinging a much hotter bat. This is a guy who's really gone up and down a lot over the last couple of years. But he has all of a sudden really started to swing the bat well. They got to be happy with that. That was Andrews giving Tyson Ross maybe a little bit of a breather after 2 quick outs.
That's a good teammate right there. He was inventing ways to delay his presence at the plate, and he takes a strike from James Paxton.
And smiling the entire time, as Elvis always does. So what do you think on that ground ball to Robinson Cano? Would you count that as the shift working? So he was in the outfield. He was pretty deep, but he was kind of lined up where the second baseman would be anyway. He was just, what, 20 feet into the outfield, so it was an extreme shift.
Right.
And the ball was hit right to where the guy was shifting. I just always wonder about how that data is acquired and what they count as actually working and not working. I'm just kind of curious a little bit.
I mean,
look where he is, right? That's where the ground ball was hit, maybe a couple of steps to his right. It's pretty routine, right? See how he moves to his right there. If he's playing a normal second base, that's now maybe not 20 feet in the outfield. I'm just curious. I was curious about that stuff. I know you don't have the answer to it. I'm just kind of interested in, we talk about all these defensive shifts and how important they are. Well, that one really didn't affect it one way or another.
Wouldn't have appeared to, right?
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that you do sometimes see is a guy will hit that ball sharply enough that if you were at your normal second base position, it might be too quick.
Yep.
But I'm of a mind that he probably makes that play. 2-2. Bouncer between third and short. That's a base hit for Andrews. So the Rangers have their first base runner tonight against James Paxton.
You can count on Elvis for a good at-bat, and they have been there throughout the season this year. But you see this pitch is left up. You see him doing a good job of getting on top of that four-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour. Not easy to do. Part of that is getting that foot down quick and getting the barrel out front. Those high fastballs, we see so many guys swing and miss right through them.
So a base runner for Adrian Beltre, who just happens to be one of the guys who has had success against James Paxton. Overall, the number's very good for Beltre since coming back off the disabled list. But against Paxton, 7 for 13 in his career. With a home run, 3 walks worked in there as well. So, pretty nice opportunity here in the first inning. Andrews with a decent lead. And a strike called on Beltre makes it 0-2. All right, now does Elvis maybe take off here?
0-2, I don't know. Not necessarily for me. I mean, I don't love running on this count, but at the same time, there's 2 outs, and the idea of potentially giving Adrian Beltre a reset if it doesn't work out is appealing. But James Paxton is very hard to steal off of.
No, not going.
So even though you got the pitch in the dirt, it was a fastball. Because a lot of times you're anticipating 0-2. Will they throw that off-speed pitch, the slower one, in the dirt? I don't know. James Paxton has been really good. No stolen bases allowed this year. He's one of just 6 pitchers with 50 or more innings who have not allowed a stolen base yet this year. A lesser pitcher, maybe.
1-2. And he's definitely not going that time. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, do you have the number of stolen base attempts against Paxton?
Nobody's attempted. So
well, they haven't even attempted
no,
it.
0 for 0.
Oh, I mean, so how do we know? Somebody should go. That's my thinking.
I think they know already.
I mean,
I think they already know. And Zunino has been slightly below league average. He's thrown out 23% of potential base stealers this year, 5 for 22. League average usually comes in somewhere around 27%. But you watch him, he's pretty quick to the plate. It's one thing to be left-handed, which you have the advantage there, but doesn't take a very big step, or at least hasn't so far through this at bat. Excuse me, leg kick, right, where he might be a little bit slower.
Well, Andrus, 3rd in the American League with 15 stolen bases. Modest lead. 2-2 to Beltre. And a bouncer slowly 3rd base side, but foul. So we'll redo. Beltre at 295. 1 homer, 7 RBIs. But again, you're talking about a guy who missed the first 51 games of the year on the disabled list. Just recently reactivated on May 28th. And the 2-2 pitch, he shoots it foul and is making Paxton work a little bit here in the 1st inning.
Well, you know Adrian is very good against high velocities, right? There's certain guys that will struggle on high velocity. Adrian Beltre is not one of those. He's been very good, at least, about getting those high velocities in play. You already mentioned the really good numbers against James Paxton over the course of his career. When you look around the league at guys at 94 miles an hour and higher, and Adrian is always in the top in his ability to get those balls in play.
We'll check in on Elvis.
So that's where maybe the idea of putting Elvis in motion is something that you might consider, because you're confident that Adrian Beltre will put the ball in play here. Obviously 3-2, it's a no-brainer, or you just think about, you know what, let him work the count and see if he can get it full. Don't worry about taking an unnecessary risk.
A lot of room on that right side with Valencia holding Andrus and Cano shaded up the middle. 2-2 in the dirt. So full count now. And now he's definitely going to do
Probably.
Oh, come on, he's 2 outs.
Yes.
So he'll be on his way.
But no chance at a stolen base.
No. But a chance perhaps that Carlos Gomez would get to the plate this inning. He waits on deck. Just reactivated today. Now, is that an automatic for you, especially as a left-hander, that a 3-2, 2 outs you would throw over there?
I wouldn't, unless you're going to do an exaggerated leg kick, right? You want to give him time. You know the guy is going, right? So if you're going to do that for me, I'd rather see a higher leg kick a little bit. Maybe you tempt that guy to get off a little bit more. But if you're going to do the short leg kick, the short throw over, I say no.
3-2. And there's ball 4. So Beltre works a walk after falling behind 0-2. And now 2 base runners for Carlos Gomez. And he should get a nice reception.
Batting fifth, the center fielder, number 14, Carlos Gomez.
So very good to have Gomez back. Off the disabled list today. See what he did in the first 38 games of the year. 4 homers, on base at a .331 clip. Missed a month with a right hamstring strain. And he golfs this one high in the air to medium deep center field. In fact, now it's going to be shallow. As Dyson in makes the catch and the inning is over. Rangers leave a pair. We go to the second, 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, Texas Rangers.
Story last night at Nationals Park in Washington. The annual congressional baseball game took place a day after a gunman opened fire at a Republican congressional baseball practice. Now, the Capitol Police officer David Bailey was injured in that shootout throughout the first pitch to Roberto Clemente Jr. Democrats beat the Republicans 11-2. It was a record crowd, nearly 25,000 there last night. The game played for charity every year by members of the United States Congress. Great moment last night, and for all accounts, a great energy there last night, as one would expect. A real nice recovery from what was a tragic and unfortunate bit of news earlier this week. Meanwhile, we go to the second inning. Kyle Seager starting things off for the Mariners. Watches a ball and a strike. It'll be Seager, Danny Valencia, and Jarrod Dyson. Ross falls behind 2-1. Now, he walked Ben Gamel last inning. His only quote-unquote mistake, I guess, if you will. First batter he had faced, then allowed the stolen base, the wild pitch, and the ground out eventually scored the only run.
I think takeaways from that first inning from Tyson Ross, maybe some jitters.
Liner out to Odor in right field in the shift. CJ, to answer your question, it worked.
That one for sure would count as a shift beater in that spot. And we'll take a look at this pitch here from Tyson Ross, and there's that two-seam fastball. You can see the grip, and he also comes from such a high point as well. He's a big guy, but also that high arm angle, and you see Elvis, excuse me, Elvis, see Rougned Odor right there in the right spot. I also believe that, you think about Josh Bonifay and the guys and putting everything together. When that happens, it's a little fist pump, right?
Oh yeah.
Like you put the guy in the right spot, the ball's hit hard, but you have a defender there waiting to catch. You're like, yeah, all that hard work actually pays off, and no pats on the back, off to the next guy. To kind of keep it moving. But I got to believe that's a pretty good feeling when that happens, when you're in that position.
One strike pitch to Valencia, and that carves off a piece of the zone. So 0-2 the count to the Mariners' first baseman. A .268 average, 6 homers for Valencia.
I was going to say, after that first inning and watching that first one, saw a couple of fastballs. They got yanked a little bit. It looked like Tyson might have been kind of searching for his release point. Perfectly reasonable. Again, when you think about the layoff, yes, he's been pitching and rehab starts and everything else, but there are those extra, I think, jitters and butterflies from throwing in your first big league game. But he looked like he pretty much got comfortable by the end of that inning. So far, looked sharp here in the second.
He's retired 4 in a row. Couple on strikeouts. Trails 1-0. It's 2-2 to Valencia, and off the end of the bat, Odor again in the right spot, hustles it over in time to get Valencia by maybe half a step, 2 away. All right, time now for AARP's Getting to Know. We get to know Tyson Ross making his debut as a Ranger. Now he's on the board of advisors for the Taylor Hooten Foundation, a foundation that helps educating youngsters on the dangers of performance-enhancing drugs, and a very worthwhile foundation doing a lot of good out there to get kids pointed in the right direction.
No, it's huge, and you guys need to check that out. If you're a parent, check out the work that they do, and it's great that Tyson is involved there. I think it's one area that gets a little bit glossed over sometimes, that we pay so much attention to PEDs at the professional level, but what about the amateur level? There's a lot of these kids that get some bad messages and really don't understand the dangers of PEDs, and so it's great that Tyson has been involved with a very strong and very important foundation.
Goes 0-2 to Dyson, and then tries that back foot slider. Is that what you call that right there? Or is that a change? What was he doing?
Terminology. I think it was a slider. Because of that angle, sometimes it can be a little bit of a tough read, even from that center field camera, but it did look like that was a slider that he was trying to throw below the zone, under the hands. All right, going for that strikeout against Dyson.
Pretty good, just misses in, and it's 2-2. Dyson, part of the speed we were talking about at the top of the broadcast, one of the guys you really want to keep off the bases. And he slaps this one down the first baseline foul.
Yeah, he puts tremendous pressure on the defense. They had hoped when they brought him over that he could become their leadoff man at the top of the lineup. I thought that might have been asking a little bit much just because Jarrod Dyson had not played regularly and he was coming into his age 32 season. He's never been a guy that has gotten more than 300 at bats, and that's what he got last year. So the idea of giving him 600 and putting him in the top of the lineup I thought was a little bit ambitious.
Well, he swings through strike 3. Tyson Ross with 3 strikeouts in the first 2 innings. Rougned Odor making a couple of nice plays behind him, and Roogie will lead things off when we come back. Out of the second inning, our TXU Energy Power player to watch. Yeah. Rougned Odor, how about this last 9 games? 4 homers, 6 RBIs, OPS well over 1,000. The power stroke has returned, especially when you contrast it to the previous 52 games. He seems to have harnessed it once again.
Yeah, he's looking really good, and we also talked about this on the road trip, how good he has been second half of the season. The month of June has been his best power month of any year that he's had. He's still very young and still very early in his career, and so there have been some really good things happening with Odor. Some good signs that he was getting ready to heat up, hitting the ball the other way a little bit, and he is indeed now swinging a very hot bat.
Starts things off in the second inning. One of just 2 lefties in Jeff Bannister's lineup tonight, and Roogie certainly, he and Chu, the 2 guys that you don't worry about a whole lot. Lefty righty, you want him in there because he has the power to do some damage anytime he gets up there. This time flares it out to shortstop for the first out of the second. Here we go, CJ.
That's what I'm doing.
That's
right
a real
now.
fan. That's what I like to see right there. I mean,
what do we got there? Should we go F6 or what do you do? We do it a little bit differently, you and I.
see, I'm going to call that a line out.
What?
I go L6.
Line out.
Yep. It's a soft liner.
Let's see. She went F6, so her and I got it. Now I go dashes in between, so I'm F-6. So we got 3 scorecards, all 3 done differently, and 2 of them are accurate. Line out.
Yeah, it was a soft liner.
That's incorrect.
That was a fly ball.
It was a pop out. Really, probably P6 would be the winner.
I'll go P6. Agree. I'm big enough to admit I think that's better as a pop out.
I'm a big fan of having a nice clean scorecard, which is pretty rare for me. I know you got the pencil, so yours can always be clean. I started writing 6-3. I don't know why I assumed for whatever reason. So I had to turn that 6 into an F, and 2 innings in, I'm already not perfect.
Yeah. You
Let's
weren't
be
real close
honest.
before we even started.
I mean, let's be honest. Those issues started a long time ago.
2-1 on Lucroy. But I appreciate the suggestion on the P6 here. I'm a little more comfortable with that. So
Line out for me has to be pretty well struck. You can have a soft liner, I guess, but I like some good contact.
Now Lucroy sitting in a really good spot here, 3-1. Should get a decent pitch to hit from Paxton. Hard throwing lefty, and he shoots this one down the right field line, and that is just foul.
Lucroy, another guy who's been swinging the bat very well as of late, putting the ball in play, doing what he does, and check out these numbers in June to go ahead and back that up. Just a 1 home run, but that's all right. You're not looking at Jonathan Lucroy the way you might look at some other hitters in this lineup where you're looking necessarily for the huge power. His game is putting it in play up the middle, the other way. We've seen a bunch of that. And then if you hang something up over the plate, he'll absolutely turn on it. But he's just been very good as of late.
3-2. And he'll hit this one on the ground to first. Valencia will handle it himself. 2 out in the second inning.
Batting 8th, the first baseman, number 5, Mike Napoli.
A chance for fans here at Globe Life Park to greet Mike Napoli again. Activated off the disabled list earlier today, and maybe if he gets in one of those real favorable counts or later in the game with a man or 2 on base, we'll get the Napoli chance again throughout the ballpark. For more on Mike Napoli and his return, let's check in with Emily Jones.
Yet Nap says that he's learning to, as his career progresses and his age also progresses, listen to his body a little bit more. He said he tried to fight those back spasms off initially because he had been in such a groove leading up to that period of time. He didn't want to go on the DL. He said, but the fact that there is now that new 10-day DL and he does know where he is physically, that it was kind of an easy decision to go ahead and pull the trigger once he felt like he wasn't doing something for this team. As far as what he's trying to do coming back, the State Farm winning combination for Mike Napoli, he said, I'm a feel guy. I need to know that I'm in that good feeling zone. And so he said, it's not something I can identify on tape. It's not something that I can talk about or be told about. It's just a way that I feel. So Nap hoping to get there next at bat, guys.
Indeed. Thank you, Emily. It's a 1-2-3 inning for James Paxton. We head to the 3rd. Participating once again in the home run challenge. Every home run and strikeout in this game raises money for prostate cancer research. Now, since June 1st, you'll see it right there. We're closing in on $3.5 million raised in the challenge, and you can make a pledge tonight by going to homerunchallenge.org. And we're happy to bring in our guest today, Mike Milken here. And Mike, you've been such a big part of this now for how many years has it been now?
22 years.
goodness.
22 years.
Yeah, you've been leading this charge for a long, long time. And I know it's a one that's near and dear to you.
It is, and I think a lot has changed in those 22 years since we started with Major League Baseball, Fox, the Texas Rangers. The biggest thing that changed is the death rate has fallen by more than 50%, and there's 1.5 million men alive today that the National Cancer Institute had projected would have passed away. So a lot more people with their family on Father's Day.
Yeah.
Now, what kicked it off for you as far as kind of finding that this was one of the things that you wanted to be involved with, put your name in, everything else that's gone on with your involvement?
Well, I had been funding cancer research for 20 years, knew nothing about prostate cancer, and was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 1993. And they told me I had 12 to 18 months to live, so I am the happiest guy to be here in the ballpark tonight, I can assure you of that. And we've raised $45 million from home runs that are hit. We've leveraged that about 15 to 1. Though that $700 million has produced 6 new drugs, increase awareness, and that was really the first idea with the major league owners. Keep dad in the game. Come out and remind him to get that simple blood test for prostate cancer.
2-2, and Zunino works the count full.
So the world has changed a lot. This year we have record home runs hit, the most home runs ever hit at the current rate in the history of baseball.
Yeah, that's good news, right? The timing of it, as far as tying this to home runs, was probably a really good idea.
Not a bad idea. We had some slow seasons. We peaked in around 2000. At 2.5 home runs a game was kind of the record. We went down to 1.5 a game, and now at the rate we're running around 2.7 per game.
So hitters and pitchers doing their part.
Yeah.
The bad pitchers maybe not getting the job done, but these big, strong hitters and all these fly balls, you have to be thrilled with what you have seen.
Well, we have two things. Big change in baseball. Almost 40% of all at bats are a walk, a strikeout, or a home run. So it's playing into our effort of raising money for cancer research. We were in Milwaukee on June 2nd, and the Dodgers struck out 26 Brewers in one game, setting a National League record. Dodgers themselves struck out 16 times, more than 40 strikeouts in that game.
But more importantly, how many home runs in that game?
There were only 2.
Oh.
But the Texas Rangers, in our history of these 22 years, have really hit a lot of home runs. This year, they're a little farther down on the list. They're around 24th for the season in terms of home runs. But
well, good news is they're healthy now. Carlos Gomez is back tonight. Mike Napoli is back. Adrian Beltre has been back for a couple of weeks now. So we expect those numbers to go up, at least the right numbers. And I have to believe that the Rangers and the pitchers that they'll be going up against will be helping us get those numbers even higher and helping raise more money.
I think you're 100% true. And as the heat goes up, we're also going to get a chance to see more home runs.
I like that you said that, because CJ doesn't believe that the heat can go up any further.
It's pretty warm tonight.
Well, that's because he's kind of a rookie. So what can we say?
It's a good point. And I'm from the Northeast, so being a New York guy, I don't react necessarily well to this heat, so I have some work to do, but we'll take it if it means more home runs.
So dramatic things have happened. The death rate falling, introduction of immunology, your own immune system now can put your cancer in remission. The introducing of precision medicine, and now understanding that prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, many of these cancers have the same mutations. And so today we can promise you an opportunity to be treated for your cancer. 1 in 2 men get cancer, so it's not rare to find a man. And as you know, whether it's Dusty Baker, it was Frank Robinson, Joe Torre, and many others in baseball.
How important was the development of the blood test for you, right? I think it makes it, I don't know, maybe takes the stigma away a little bit as far as that first test and kind of getting out there and saying, you know what, it doesn't have to be as invasive as maybe you might think at first, at least to kind of get the ball rolling.
Well, I would say to you, if it wasn't for that simple blood test, I would definitely not be sitting in the booth with the two of you today. I was only 45. I told the doctor, just give me a PSA. I had a good friend pass away, a guy named Steve Ross, who had founded what is Time Warner today, from prostate cancer, and he told me I'm too young. I told him to humor me. And I discovered that I not only had prostate cancer, but it spread through my body. Had I not taken that test, myself and many others, and that was the idea. Come out to the ballpark, remind your dad, your buddy, your fellow announcer to get that simple blood test. And everyone doesn't think twice about getting a test for your cholesterol, and it's the same thing.
You say you were young. How old were you at the time?
45. 45. And Derek Hall, the president of Arizona, was 42 when he was diagnosed. But what research has done and the money raised with Major League Baseball has changed the outlook. 99% of all men will live more than 5 years, no matter how advanced their cancer was when they're diagnosed. And I would say today, even if it's advanced, drugs like abiraterone will put it into remission. And so we're looking forward to eliminating prostate cancer as a cause of death in the next 5 years. And a lot of that goes to Major League Baseball, Fox, the Rangers, who have really been leaders in this area, and reminding men to get checked for prostate cancer.
So you travel all over doing this.
We see all 30 teams
Yep.
play between June 1st and Father's Day. And when you go to homerunchallenge.org, you'll see that you can pledge money for all home runs that are hit. We estimated this year we have about 550. Our new estimate is will be over 600. So if you pledge $1, that would be $600. If we leverage it 15 to 1, it turns into $10,000. So the $3.3 million we've raised, we're looking forward to turning into almost $50 million.
Well, that's fantastic. And then but you added strikeouts this year.
We did, not the least of which, home runs are up and strikeouts.
Yeah,
are
I mean,
up. And so when we started, we used to send thank you notes to the pitcher. We told him it was tough. You know, I know you felt terrible about it, but something good happened.
there's a shoebox full
I
of those
think I was going to
letters.
say I might have a few of those.
We then got a call from the commissioner and said no letters to the pitchers who give up home runs.
Yeah, they're a little sensitive. I don't know if you've heard.
So
Well, there's another strikeout for you. A
That
couple in the inning. No
that
home
is
runs
true.
yet. Michael Milken, nice
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you so
we'll
much.
be looking for your blues on Father's Day.
Indeed.
HomeRunChallenge.org. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Michael Milken. Go online and pledge. HomeRunChallenge.org. We go. And another reminder, MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Rangers baseball. Follow the Rangers with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. All right, Robinson Chirinos, 9th place hitter, will lead things off in this 3rd inning. And James Paxton right in there with strike 1. All right, thanks again, Michael Milken, for stopping by, and for all the work and effort he puts in to the home run challenge that culminates this weekend with Father's Day.
We got some cool wristbands as well to go with it.
I'll take mine off. I'm starting to sweat.
Oh, that's what it's for. That's why it's a wristband / sweatband. So it's hot here, right? So you took yours off because you know what you're doing, but it's for this. Right before we do a booth hit, got to get the shine out.
Ah, yes. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Chirinos pops this one up center field. Long run for Dyson, but he's able to track it down. One away. All right, Rangers fans, you can come out June 21st for an autograph session with outfielder Delano DeShields. It's at the Whataburger at 730 North Denton Tap Road in Capel. Starts at 10:30 a.m. And while you're there, sign up to be a Whataburger What a Fan, and you can win tickets to a Rangers game as well as Whataburger for a year. Just go to TexasRangers.com/appearances for more information. All right, here is Delano DeShields. Struck out looking in the first inning. Wasn't too tickled in particular with the third strike call.
Well, it was a fastball that was up and in a little bit. Might have caught that last quadrant of the strike zone, but you know, when you watch James Paxton's fastball, it's got a little bit natural cut to it. Doesn't necessarily have a huge run, especially when he throws that four-seam fastball, which is all he throws. He's not one of these lefties that throws a two-seamer and tries to run it away from those right-handed hitters. He goes at you with straight four-seam heat and has a little bit of that natural cut, and I think Delano thought that ball cut in off the plate.
Breaking ball that misses outside makes it now 2-1 to DeShields. It's a 1-0 game. Seattle's run came across on an RBI ground out. And they were the very definition of manufacturing a run in that first inning. Now a 3-1 count on DeShields. Paxton, when we saw him in April, was lights out, and he walks DeShields with one away here in the third inning. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Let's send it back to Dana Larson.
The right fielder, Shin-Soo Choo.
All right, thanks, Dana. One away here, but DeShields on, and Choo up at the plate. Paxton with a long look over at first, and misses with ball one. Well, we talked about it a lot, especially in the first inning, the fact that nobody has attempted a stolen base yet on Paxton. A tough left-hander. Nice move, and of course those lefties with that natural advantage with runners at first.
We see how quick he is. I mean, he uses it all together. Zunino right now wants to go out and talk to James Paxton after the walk, and now falling behind here 2-0. But being quick to the plate is going to work for anybody. Being quick to the plate while you're staring at the runner obviously is a huge advantage. Now you say, why doesn't everybody just do that? Because the idea of being quick to the plate and still delivering good pitches is not necessarily an easy thing to do, especially for a power pitcher who you would think would prefer to have the high leg kick and really load up on his back leg and just explode and be all about the high-powered fastball and breaking ball. But James Paxton has gotten himself to a place where he is comfortable just slide stepping like that, throwing some pretty good fastballs down. Pretty good.
But
not easy to do, and it's not easy to throw your off-speed pitches that way either. Think about this: your front foot is going quicker. You don't have the higher leg kick. Your arm has to catch up quicker, right? If you're used to a certain timing where you go high leg kick, your arm is used to getting on top at a certain time. Well, if that leg is just way shorter and you slide step all the time, you have to play catch up and try to find that same release point, and sometimes that could be an issue.
Well, appeared to be in that at bat as Choo works a 4-pitch walk. And the Rangers have a couple of base runners with only one out. Well, we'd ask you to join Positive Coaching Alliance on Tuesday, June 27th for their Putt Putt for PCA fundraising event presented by Insperity. If you believe in a positive character building experience for youth and high school athletes, well then join PCA on the 27th and help create better athletes and better people across North Texas. Go to pcanorthtexas.org to learn more. Back-to-back free passes this inning for Choo, his 39th, has him now tied for 3rd in the league. To Shields, that was his 16th. Great speed out there at 2nd. And now Andrews, who has the only hit in this game for either team. When he came up in the first inning, he took his own sweet time getting there, trying to buy a little time for his starter, Tyson Ross, after a couple of quick outs. This time, he had to wait while the visit on the mound took place. Good setup, though, in this 3rd inning. That one floats in there for a strike, count 0-2.
Well, the reason he's trying to get up there so fast, look what he has done over the last 2 seasons. There's a runner in scoring position. Elvis Andrews has excelled in that area. You see the .351 batting average will put him 5th in the American League over the past 2 seasons. So I'd be a little surprised that James Paxton, after walking back-to-back hitters, come back and painted. It's a good 4-seam fastball, and then a really great breaking ball. Always kind of strange. You see a guy scuffling a little bit with command. You get up there all excited, and all of a sudden he says, boom, boom. 2 quick ones that are pretty tough to take. You're like, hey, man, what happened to the guy that had the bad control?
This will be the 50th pitch of the night for Paxton. 1-2. And this one is hooked over 3rd. That's a base hit. And down that line, deep into the left field corner. The Shields in easily. Choo goes to 3rd. An RBI double for Elvis Andrews. He's delivered again. And this game is tied at 1.
Well, we just pointed out with Elvis Andrews and how he has been so great with runners in scoring position over the last 2 years, and he gets himself a breaking ball right here, and a pretty decent one. You want to bury that a little bit more, but it was in the bottom half of the zone. But you see how he stays back a little bit. The hands don't take off, even though he's slightly fooled by that breaking ball. The hands still stay back. He gets the barrel to the ball and does a nice job of hooking it down the left field line.
So now 2 men in scoring position with 1 out. And Adrian Beltre takes a strike. Beltre walked back in the 1st inning. Mentioned that when we saw Paxton back in April, he was fantastic. 8 shutout innings. Struck out 9, walked 1. He allowed only 2 hits in that game up in Seattle. Beltre in a whole 0-2. Since then, he has had some bumps along the way. Missed almost the entire month of May. Spent some time on the disabled list, and tonight coming off his shortest and roughest start of the year against Toronto. Went just 4 innings and allowed 4 runs on 8 hits.
He comes out to DL. He had that strained forearm, like you said, missed most of May. Made his first start back on May 31st and did pretty well, 5 1/3 shutout. But the next 2 after that, 9 combined innings and 7 earned runs. But the walks are something that kind of stick out a little bit. 3 walks in each of his last starts. 2 starts. He's got 3 already here tonight. That's not the guy that we saw in the beginning of the season. He walked in his first 5 starts, a combined 6 over those 5 starts. I mean, he was just filling up the strike zone. But all of a sudden now 6 here in his last 2, or really go ahead and say 9 now in his last 3 starts.
He digs in the 0-2, and Beltre shoots this one over 2nd. That's a base hit into right field. Choo's in. Here comes Andrews. He'll score. And a 2-run single for Adrian Beltre gives the Rangers the 3-1 lead. Hit number 2,956 for Beltre.
Well, Adrian continues to get it done as well in big spots, and this is a fastball on the outer half of the plate. Look at the head down, driving the ball to right field, not trying to do too much, knowing that he's got a couple of runners out there and an opportunity to put a couple on the board instead of rolling over that fastball like a lot of guys will do. He takes the outer half fastball and drives it the other way.
So the inning continues now for Gomez. He takes one just above the zone. Gomez flied out to center field in the first inning. Carlos. It goes to a knee. It's 1-1.
This lineup, without a doubt, has missed his energy and what he brings to the table. You see the numbers, what he's done so far on the season, but it is good to have him back. I mean, this is a good team, but it's a better team with Carlos Gomez on it and in that lineup every day.
Ball and 2 strikes. So Gomez batting 5th tonight. Odor to follow, and this one is turned foul. So on his rehab, Carlos showing a little pop. He was in Frisco last night, opposite field.
That's a nice little bomb here. Good to see you whenever you're in those rehab situations. You're just trying to feel right, see some pitches, get your timing down, making sure you're testing, in his case, the hamstring, and that it feels good. It obviously did. The Rangers were comfortable activating it.
This one down the right field line, but foul.
So you saw Carlos Gomez wearing his big league helmet, even though he was playing in that minor league game. And sometimes you got to bring your equipment with you. And check this out here. So you see where all of a sudden now Carlos Gomez, who has his helmet, and Mike Napoli, you see him over here. Whoop, those I got the wrong thing on there. Whoops, my bad. But anyway, Mike Napoli's in the background. No helmet. Why? Because he didn't bring one, and so he had to borrow Carlos Gomez's helmet. So he actually handed off his helmet, so they shared the same helmet. Old school Little League days, right?
This ball hammered down the left field line, but foul. Ooh.
Now, so if I'm Mike Napoli and Carlos Gomez hits a home run here, I might ask him if I can use his helmet now, even at the big league level, even though everybody's got their own helmet. All right, you're already kind of helmet brothers. You might as well just keep it going.
1-2 pitch. Whoa, that one takes Zunino's face mask off. Stays 1-2.
This only works with the 2-piece mask. You see Carlos Gomez just get under that fastball and foul it straight back. And you hear a lot of conversation about which masks are better, this style 2-piece, or then you have, of course, the hockey style masks. If you wear a hockey style mask and you take a foul tip like that, the mask doesn't go anywhere. And so some guys have complained about how it rattles their head a little bit too much. That's the value of having the 2-piece.
Gomez strikes out swinging for the second out of this third inning. Well, we saw a glimpse of Gomez's rehab yesterday in Frisco. Tonight in Frisco, Cole Hamels with his first rehab start. 3 innings, a hit, 3 strikeouts. Nicely done. I'm not worried about those numbers.
No, but it's encouraging to see him out there. Obviously, that's a big one. Step 1, getting out there, throwing, not walking anybody. Those 25 strikes and 35 pitches is certainly exciting. And you got to be careful, of course, dealing with that oblique and making sure you're all the way back. Not pushing it too hard, but that is encouraging to see without a doubt. And to go 3 innings too, right? Not just the 35 pitches, but the up and down, sitting down in between where you cool off, get hot again, all that good stuff.
Odor takes one off the plate, 1-1 the count. Rugi popped up to short in the second inning after much discussion. That was ultimately the scoring decision. Not a fly out to short, nor was it a line out. It was a pop out. 1-1. And this one popped down the left field line. Gamble is over and does not have room. Beltre will go all the way back to first base, and Odor will get another shot at 1-2. 3 runs in this inning, and a long half inning it has been for Paxton, who is over 30 pitches in this third. And it's 66 for the night. So not quite the same guy we saw earlier this year. We were talking about early season Paxton versus recent Paxton. 5 of his first 7 starts this year were scoreless. And since then has run into some trouble.
The velocity has been about the same. It's something you look for when a guy comes back from an arm injury, dealing with that forearm strain that he had. So the velo has been there, and you still see the good stuff. I would only say that, maybe feel for the strike zone. It's been a little bit of an issue based on the walks that we have seen, but we've seen some fastballs get squared up pretty well tonight.
This ball hit hard down into the right field corner. That's a fair ball and up against the fence. Beltre heads to third. They'll stop him there on Odor's double. That ball, talk about hard contact. That was a rocket.
It was, and that was a breaking ball in a 2-strike count that just kind of rolled in there a little bit. Didn't have the same life that we have seen at times here from James Paxton, but you see that one just sitting there, and you see Rougned Odor's eyes just kind of light up a little bit and realize, you know what, that's not going to be that nasty breaking ball that I have seen before. And he's thinking, in a 1-2 count, this ball is probably going to be buried with some nasty bite, but it was not. And does a good job. Another kind of hook double down the line. Same thing we saw from Elvis Andrus. These guys going out and getting in front of James Paxton's pitches.
35th pitch of the inning, and it misses for a ball to Jonathan Lucroy, who is the 8th hitter of the inning. It's been a profitable one for the Rangers. 3 runs in already. But one more hit by Lucroy here could really make it a big one. And he hits this ball on the ground between third and short. That is a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Odor. It's a 2-run single by Lucroy. A 5-run inning, and the Rangers with a big early advantage.
The Rangers really have come out swinging and are very, very comfortable against James Paxton. And this is a decently located fastball down and in, but we know Jonathan Lucroy is all about that contact, and he did a great job of finding a hole on the left side of the infield that leads to 2 big runs here for the Rangers.
Well, that's a huge hit. Makes it a 5-run inning. And now Paxton works to Napoli. Napoli struck out in the second inning, 0 for 1. 9th hitter of the inning. And the Rangers just wearing Paxton out in this third. It's 1-1. Well, how about that scene? What a gorgeous start to a Father's Day weekend. Tomorrow, by the way, a little later start in the afternoon, a 4:05 first pitch. And then Sunday, 2 o'clock, both against these Mariners. This one in the dirt, skips away from Zunino, and heading to second base, Lucroy on the wild pitch.
This is just turning into a really ugly inning now for James Paxton. He's already allowed the 5 runs, and this is a changeup. Looked like he's just thinking about trying to go to something else. It ends up down in the dirt. Jonathan Lucroy reads that right away and does a nice job of hustling down the second.
Boy, this will now be the 40th pitch of the inning for Paxton. And it is hit high in the air out to right field. Haniger in position, puts it away. But a 5-run third for the Rangers sends us to the 4th inning. It's a 5-1 game. Our Coors timeless moment. It was this day last season. Colby Lewis. Oh,
Bring that
man.
up. Right out of the chute. Right out of the chute. You gotta
No
bring
hitter
that
into the
up.
ninth inning.
It's an
out of
anniversary. It's the anniversary. That's why.
No, is it?
That's what you
right
just
now?
said. Yeah.
Is it
Yeah,
today?
a year ago
You guys
today.
didn't celebrate at the house?
No. No. I actually didn't. I didn't even know it was today.
So
I think the very next start, I actually blew my lat out. And that
Oh,
was,
really?
That
Oh.
was the moment where apparently time stood still, and I didn't get a job the next year. So that's the way it goes. So, but yeah, no, that was a great moment.
My favorite part of that
No, I know where he's going.
was your honesty.
Yeah.
It was so refreshing, right? Instead of saying, you know, you know what, we gave our best ever, yada, yada. You were just like, you know what, man? That was
Sucks.
brutal. That sucks.
Sucks, man. You know it sucks.
Oh, yeah.
You've been there.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
One time in college.
Yeah.
That was as close as I got.
Yeah, I think my other closest moment, actually, I was going through some of my memorabilia stuff, and then I had apparently I had a no-hitter when I was in Little League.
Oh.
I didn't even know it.
Must be
You
so
found
good.
you found the ball?
Mom and Dad saved the ball, apparently.
Must
so.
be nice to be so good that you're forgetting no hitters that you had, dude. Huh?
Well, that was Little League, so that's back when we all used to throw hard. So
Yeah.
Not Dave.
yeah,
No, yeah.
Not
Believe me,
Dave.
never.
never. Right, a little bit,
Oh.
a little sinker or nothing.
Not even a small town Nebraska where he grew up, he still couldn't get that fastball by those guys.
No, but we don't need to go into that.
That's not why Colby Lewis is here.
It is not why Colby Lewis is here, although a
No.
great timeless moment, a Coors timeless moment last year, the near no-hitter in Oakland. It was a lot of fun, and again, your honesty was the best part of that afterward.
Right.
But tonight, you're here as a part of the Do It for Dirt.
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about what's going on, because there's
Yeah, the whole event going on in center field right now. It's actually really, really cool. I got invited to come, and I didn't want to miss it. Of course, I don't got a lot going on right now. So, but for me, it was one of those foundations that with Richard and what he did, especially as a reporter in our clubhouse, it was just something that was really, really special to me, special part of our clubhouse that I didn't. Anytime I can be a part of something like that, I want to be able to come back and do that. So, but it was it's a really cool event. It's going on right now. Hopefully, my raffle tickets are up
Winners?
for something. Winners.
Nice.
Either way, I think I got my hand in a couple things that I would like. A little NASCAR hot shot, maybe. Atta baby.
Well, they get the out at second base.
Yeah.
So you said you had never done it before where you had been in the booth. This is your first time ever watching a game from like this level? I mean, obviously.
I really can't even see because
Well,
it's a big TV right sitting right here in
that's so you
front of me
can see
right
yourself,
now.
right? Look how pretty you look.
I'm trying to. Well, yeah, I gotta tighten up a little bit.
You smell great. That counts.
I appreciate that. So.
But I mean, honestly, so here's what I've learned. So I've been done for a few years now. You're not done yet by any means. You're not ready to hang them up, but you're here now, and you're watching it. I feel like when you watch the game from here, it seems really easy and really slow.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what. So all those, all the TV guys and the writers and all that
But
trash that they talk those
Right.
years, it's because it looks
Right.
easy from here.
Right, it does. it really does, actually.
And it's
so,
not.
So then you get down there and you're sitting in your uniform and you're like, man, why does my body still hurt?
Uh-huh.
You know, but when you're like done, you're just sitting here in street clothes, and then you're like, man, I actually feel like I could go to this thing, right?
Yeah, it looks easy, man. But
yeah.
you officially know you're not hanging up. You're not ready to, and
I
still kind
really-
of working out, staying in shape.
Yeah, I don't know. I you know how it goes. I mean, I feel like the mind never like shuts down. My wife definitely wants me to retire.
Oh, she's ready.
Oh, she's ready. Definitely ready.
Even after this little sample of you being home, she's still ready. Because that's the big adjustment for guys, right? That first spring training, that first March that you're at the house.
We had a million different honeydews at the house, and so I've been doing that every day. I still ride, cycle, work out, do all my stuff. Doing a little thing with my son right now. Little Northwest All-Star thing.
Oh, fun. You coaching or just kind of hanging
yeah,
out? How's that? Tough on the pro guys to go coach.
Yeah, I know. It's 10-year-olds. It's 10-year-olds.
It's tough. It's not easy.
So I think I'd be really good, 18 and older.
Yeah. And maybe not your own kids.
Right.
Your own kids, they don't care. Oh, Dad, you played in the big leagues?
So
you're great in the postseason?
I'm like
I don't care, Dad. You're my dad.
Right. I'm ultra, overly competitive.
Okay.
So when it comes to, and my wife is the exact same way. So doesn't work out at all. Like
Yeah.
when we get back home and we're laying in bed, we're talking about like how everything played out, and we're just picking apart things and just.
So you're bringing the 10-year-old games home into your bedroom, basically, essentially.
Yeah, just kind of like how you would kind of sit there and dissect games when you're laying in bed at night. And you're like going over stuff and you can't go to bed because you're going over like, why did I throw that 2-2 fastball down the way and why I should have gone in or whatever.
So now are you saying, oh, I could have coached him this way, or with your own kid, or is it the whole team?
No,
what do you think about most?
No. I just think for most of all, I think I'm not going to get on my high horse on this in this aspect of overall like kids in baseball and like
I'll do it for you.
Texas and California and Florida, and it's like these club teams, and it's like my kid didn't tried out for one team and he didn't make that team, so I'm playing. We made a club team, and it's like now we've got 47 club teams in one town. It's like, really, come on. I mean, just let the kids play. They're 10 years old.
Oh, welcome, buddy. It only gets worse.
I know. So yeah, I mean, it's just and then they're throwing curveballs and they're doing this and they're doing that.
Oh yeah.
So
Now,
it's just.
Listen, speaking of coaching,
right?
And I don't want to get you off track. But Anthony Andrew was back here, and he was coaching you before coming on the air today. And that's do it.
No. Do it for dirt.com. Hey,
okay.
we're literally the whole event that's going on right now, and I'm not like we got a little sidetracked in that aspect of.
You're gonna now you have to stay
why,
here.
No, why? Yeah. I mean,
stay here. All right.
Talked yourself into another half inning.
We got Colby Lewis back when we return in the fourth.
All right.
As we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Now, this was before the ball game today. We celebrated some of other Colby Lewis's great moments. This was a great one today, though. The check presentation to the Pugh family, $50,000. And Do It for Durrett Foundation has provided more than $650,000 worth of support for families in similar spots to Richard's family. After Richard passed away 3 years ago prematurely at 38 years old. You're a part of this now. What is that like down there, making that presentation to that family?
No, it's incredibly humble for me to be a part of an organization like that, especially like Texas Rangers, how we rounded around after Richard passed, and to get around Kelly, and it just kind of just took off, really. And if anybody wants to make proceeds or or donate or anything like that, you can go to richarddirt.com, right? Am I not right? Right?
We got the affirmative. Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make the
that's good.
Because I don't want to say the wrong thing. So, but it's richarddirt.com, and do any proceeds that you guys want to do. Anything is greatly appreciated for the foundation. But yeah, I mean, I've always like I said before, I mean, from the time he came in the clubhouse, I felt like he was one of those guys. Andrew, Wilson, all those guys.
Can I ask you a question about this, though? Because I never had the opportunity to meet him. I didn't know him.
Right. Oh.
This ball well struck. Out to left center field, and it is gone. Chirinos has done it again. 6-1 Rangers on Chirinos' 8th home run of the season.
All right, Colby Lewis, here's your opportunity, brother.
Flat bat. Hey,
gotta be honest.
Chirinos.
Hey, there's a part of me that's hoping you blow it so I don't lose my job. Take it through.
Right.
Take us through it.
Nice little four-seamer. But middle. Left and middle.
Left it
For
back
me,
to the top.
look at middle. Middle. He didn't get it down and away at all by any means. So for me, I mean, it's just 93 middle. I mean, he's the guy that can run it up there 96 to 97, 98 mile an hour sometimes. So what was the count on that?
3-1.
3-1
count. So now let me nerd spin it for you.
So for me, no, I'm going to nerd spin it a little bit for me.
All right.
And not nerd spin it in the aspect in the aspect of
Base hit for the Shields.
Of stats here. So for me, what I'm doing there is in 3-1 count. I'm literally splitting fingers.
Yeah.
And he's throwing 93 down the way. I'm splitting fingers and I'm throwing a BP fastball at 91 and with a sinker middle and let it work down the way. And I'm hoping for the ground ball or pop.
Sounds like a veteran pitcher right there, right? Trying to take a little bit off, plus and minus on the fastball, which a lot of power guys don't do.
Well, you know you're going to get a fastball in that situation. Everybody knows they're going to get a fastball situation. 50,000 people know they're going to get a fastball in that situation most of the time.
Only Dave didn't know.
Right?
I had no idea.
So
I wouldn't even
for
watch
me, all I'm doing is literally splitting the fingers, you know, throwing it, you know, I throw it 97 with Paxton's point of view here.
The Shields running, and he's got that one easily. The first stolen base attempt this year on James Paxton, and he had it all the way.
Yeah, this has been an issue. Now, how about this? James Paxton, first stolen base allowed now all year. Has not allowed. Really? Hasn't had a stolen base attempt against him. That's how good he has been. But Delino said, let me show you a little something here. And he gets a good jump, and he gets there. And now Zunino has struggled a little bit to throw runners out. You look on the nerd sheet over here. It says 5 for 22 thrown out.
Okay.
Right, that's 23%.
Yeah.
It's below the league average. But here's how I was going to go with this because it stuck out. I was looking at Chirinos, who's batting 9th tonight. Right, he's now 2 for 20 when hitting 9th. That home run was just the second hit he has had when he's hit 9th, which is kind of surprising a little bit, right? Because he's had a great year offensively. He's done a really nice job, but for whatever reason in the 9-hole, hadn't worked out for him as much this year, but it has tonight. What do you like?
I like it.
Spin it. Nerdy spin. That's what we do here. We just throw numbers to the wall and see what sticks. And
there's a
see
lot
what people
of numbers.
a lot of stuff. You know, I use them to kind of get me going more in the right direction.
Now, let me ask you, CJ. Now, when you started and came into the pen or whatever, you know, like you're sitting out there. And
hitters got very excited.
No, your hitters got excited. Come on. So, were you more of a guy that was into the stats and stuff? Because I was never one into the stats.
I made the mistake of scouting reports, overdoing it a little bit, right? Instead of just pitching to your strength, instead of worrying about pitching to guys' weaknesses. I made that mistake more than enough times.
Nice catch.
To kind of learn, you know as good as anybody, right? Go with your strengths. Don't worry about necessarily what the other guy does well. But there was a time when we started getting more of this information when it first started coming around a little bit more. Like, well, this guy can't hit this pitch. I'll try to throw that one, even though that's a weakness of mine. That's how you get yourself in trouble. Instead of saying, no, I'm actually better here, and it's by my best or his weakness, and that's a lot of times where guys start thinking too much and screwing themselves a little bit.
Just overly dissecting
the game.
the situation and the aspect of the game.
So we got to get this in real quick because I want to make sure we take a shot here at Evan Grant. Right, so
Evan Grant.
So I was here a little bit in 02 and 03. You were right at the beginning of your career. That's when we played together. And Evan recently had said, we were talking, that those were maybe some of the worst teams ever in Ranger history. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't right. But as a couple of members of those 02, 03 teams, I feel like, and he's right there through that class. We can see him right over there.
I can
see his big bald head over there. Yeah, there he is.
Oh boy.
Right? I feel like we need to maybe have a little talk since the both of us are here now. I mean, not that I couldn't handle him one-on-one, but the idea of 2-on-1 makes me feel a little better.
Evan likes to talk a little bit.
Yeah,
he likes to hear himself on paper a lot too.
He does.
So,
some lean years, but for you, those are your years of figuring it out. Then you went to Japan. Afterwards, came back and just completely different guy. Was the Japanese break necessary at the time? Tell us how that whole worked out for you.
For me, I truly feel this in the aspects, and my brother says the situation, same type of deal, and I kind of completely agree with the situation, is that when I went over there, I knew what type of money I was going to make. I knew how comfortable my family was going to be, and I was completely relaxed.
Yeah.
Never had to worry about going to minor leagues. Never had to worry about that transition, if I pitch poorly, if, if you're going to
the pressure
go
was
to
off a little bit.
AAA or whatever. Yeah. So for me, I just went over there and yeah, I mean, there's some teams that I feel, you know this. I mean, there's some teams you might face that there might be 6 out of 9 guys that might be big leaguers here. But there might, in some other teams, there might be 3 guys.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, because their draft is a little different in the aspect of, like, when they draft a guy and their #1 pick is 18 years old, he might be in the big leagues next year. So for me, it was just a matter of being comfortable and knowing financially how stable I was going to be with my family. And I was completely calm and relaxed and just be able to go out there and just pitch.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that. The
yeah.
pressure of, you know, you sit there, you first get to the big leagues, maybe you're not exactly where you want to be. The pressure starts building, mounting. Where's my career going to go? And you get that breather. I got it when I was a little bit older. I went over there at, what was that? I guess I was 33, 34 years old, and I was doing 2 in Korea, 2 in Japan. But yeah, you're absolutely right, man. It takes that pressure off. You know what your paycheck's going to be. You're like, I'm not going to get this sent out, or at least if I am, my pay's not going to change. And listen, it's still a business.
Right.
I think people
100%.
forget that sometimes for players, and then worked out. You may be probably one of the greatest success stories of guys that went there and came back. I mean, there's been a couple that have done it now, but you may have been one of the best.
Well,
Tony Barnett's here, of course, right?
Right. Yeah. Very, very, very fortunate. You know, Tony says, you know, he was kind of like, you know, like how you said, kind of the predecessor to kind of go over and come back. You know, so there he is. Look at that beard on him.
Just got put on the DL today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, dealing with a little bit of a finger sprain.
Is that little tricky Nicky right there to the left, right there?
That's the giveaway. He's got the turfs on.
Yeah. No.
Here's getting longer.
Look at the New
Balances
Balances
down there. Well, you know, he wears SSK that he gets from Japan during the game.
Oh, what do we got? Pitch and change.
That's it for Paxton, huh?
Yeah.
Paxton's done.
91 pitches, man, through 3 2/3.
All right, 6-1 the score. They're kicking you out.
Oh, they're kicking me out.
I didn't. I asked if you could stay longer, so I'll give you the email
well, I
address
appreciate
of the guy.
it. Hopefully I did all right. I mean, it's my first
You did
deal.
really well.
Fantastic.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I feel a little confident
I
my
appreciate
job's
you guys.
safe
Thanks for having me on. So, I don't know.
More
So
importantly,
good to see
raise
you,
money
brother.
for a great cause. Colby Lewis.
Do it for Dirt.com.
That's right.
So,
Back in a moment.
yeah.
Well, a 5-run lead for the Rangers. Robinson Chirinos with a home run earlier in the inning, and just a moment ago, James Paxton lifted from the game. Tony Zych has come out of the bullpen, so the Mariners already into the pen in this 4th inning.
Yeah, and you see the numbers there for Zych. Very good ERA. He's done a really nice job. Walks a little bit high when you start to look at that strikeout to walk ratio, but not a big strikeout guy, right? Just 14 strikeouts in those 21 games.
Adrian Beltre with a man at second base, 2 out here in the 4th inning. Really fun to see Colby Lewis tonight. He still has all that. He's got a lot of bottled up positive energy still going around the game. Boy, I tell you.
He was fun to be around. I was joking around those 02, 03 teams. I wasn't here very much, but he and I played together both here, the big league level and the minor league level as well. Just a good dude with high expectations. You know, when he was first coming through the system, he was getting Roger Clemens comps, which is a lot to take for a 22-year-old kid. But you know, first time around here in Texas, not exactly the way he had hoped, but then bounced around a little bit, went to Japan, came back, and then of course just went on the great run that he had here from 2010 to 2016. Those 7 seasons, really, really good.
Zix 1-1 to Beltre. Oh, look out, that one got him. And Adrian will head down to first base. 2 men on for Gomez.
And here's some boos, but this is an off-speed pitch. So certainly no intent here right now. And you see the slider and just getting around it. And release point, that thing just kind of spun sideways and did not go at all where Zick wanted it to go.
So Beltre aboard at first, to Shields at second base. And now Gomez, who was 0 for 2 against Paxton. Although he did have a couple of impressive swings against Paxton. Launched a foul ball very deep down the left side for a long strike. And works against Tony Zick, 26-year-old right-hander. This ball over third base. That's a fair ball, base hit. The Shields will score easily. Beltre cruises to third. It's a double for Gomez. Rangers lead it 7-1.
We saw the patented really hard swing from Carlos Gomez, and there's the smile. Why is he smiling? Well, he knew he didn't hit that ball necessarily very hard. This ball finishes up and in, but he takes the huge swing, and he's certainly happy to see this ball get down. He got jammed a little bit, but does a nice job of lining that ball down the left field line. But it looked like he was stumbling a little bit around first base, too. I think that was part of it. It was an easy double for him, as you see Delino scoring there.
So 2 more in scoring position for Odor. 5 runs in the 3rd inning, 2 here in the 4th. Odor already 1 for 2 with a double, and he takes a high strike. Well, great start to this one tonight against a left-hander in Paxton, who had dealt the Rangers fits earlier this year and really on a number of different occasions in his career. Today's outing, however, nearly mirrored one that he had here a little over a year ago. It was late April of last year when Paxton couldn't get out of the 3rd inning. He gave up 7 runs on 10 hits.
Like I said,
10 hits today, but 7 runs.
Yeah, the walks were a little bit of an issue. Really strong contact. Didn't look like he had it now. 2 starts in a row where he has struggled some. And like I said, the velocity looks pretty good, about the same, not far off at all where he has been. I got to imagine the field just isn't there yet for him. He's now his 4th start coming off the DL, because he was in another world before he went on the DL. Now, I don't know if the expectations are too high either, and maybe that's not fair. And you certainly want to credit the Ranger hitters for putting together really good at bats. But what we saw in person, but then also his first few starts from James Paxton were pretty unbelievable. He had become the ace on this team, and all of a sudden now it's like, well, something doesn't look quite like it did earlier in the year.
It's been a bit of a story for the Mariners. The vast array of injuries, my goodness, whether it be in the rotation, bullpen, lineup, they have suffered through as many injuries as any team in big league baseball this year. Paxton spent nearly a month on the disabled list, and since coming back, 1 good start, the rest not so good. And Odor rips that one foul. Look out up in those seats. 0-2 on Odor. 7 runs, 8 hits for the Rangers, no errors. 1 run, no hits, and no errors for the Mariners. Odor fights off another good fastball from Zick. For Zick, his 22nd appearance, a 2-2 record, a 241 earned run average. Now, he went under the knife last October, had shoulder surgery, has worked his way back and been able to pitch with some regularity here in the 0-2. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So he strikes out Odor. Inning is done. Rangers add 2 more. They lead 7-1.
Congratulations.
Of the 2017 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Bubba Thompson. And
Welcome back to Globe Life Park in Arlington with that 26th pick in the 2017 MLB Draft, Bubba Thompson, the first pick of the Texas Rangers. Bubba, what has the last 48, 72 hours been like for you?
It's been awesome just to be a part of this organization. And I can't be happy enough to be here and witness all this, and they're doing a wonderful job.
When you go through this process, you get acquainted with a lot of different teams. What was, when you're this high of a pick, what was your relationship like with this organization?
It was wonderful. Kip, Bam, they call him, his name Brian, they did a wonderful job. We created a wonderful friendship. So when they picked me, when we got down, if I got down to 26, I knew where I was going. So I'm glad that they picked me.
You had a lot of decisions to make. You were a 2-sport athlete in high school in Alabama. You had a scholarship to play baseball at the University of Alabama. What was it about this situation that made you decide to go this route?
The love for the game and the goal that I set, I wanted to be a pro athlete. So when the financial part came into play and all of it went well, I decided to go ahead and sign.
You've got a couple guys sitting beside you that are going to be kind of a part of this process together. The top 3 draft picks signed by this organization today. How nice is it going to be to have a couple buddies to do this thing with starting in Arizona very soon?
It's going to be a fun journey. We're both coming out of high school, so we got something to relate. And I just want to get out there and grind with both of these guys. So.
Okay, so the Rangers loved your athletic ability, center fielder, 2-sport athlete. How would you describe your game? Can you compare it to anyone? And is there anyone that you've looked up to over the years?
People say I compare to Adam Jones, but I look up to Mookie Betts. So.
Yeah, those are 2 pretty decent guys to look up to, right?
They are.
Yeah. And then finally, what is it like, you know, to be recognized here at the ballpark, to be a part of a major league organization?
It's a wonderful experience. All the little kids, as I was a little kid dreaming about this moment, and just to be on the Jumbotron, it's an awesome experience, and I'd like to thank God for everything that he put me in. So.
Okay, one more thing I do have to ask. Bubba, is that a given name, or is that a nickname?
It's a nickname. My real name is Leslie, so.
stick with Bubba?
Yes, ma'am. I love Bubba, so that's what everybody called me.
You're in luck. This organization loves some nicknames, so Bubba is good. Guys, back to you. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks, Emily. It's funny because I recently have been thinking about calling you Bubba, CJ.
Really?
I thought maybe that would be a fitting nickname for you going forward. But it's taken now. You'll just have to stick with CJ.
I'm all right with that. We've had that conversation, the CJ Club. So few of us around.
Well, Chopper's second base, Odor on top of it, and Dyson retired. 2 away in the 5th inning.
But here is what you need to take out of that conversation.
Okay.
And I'm sure Colby's already seen it. We just got done talking to Colby Lewis. There's an epidemic at the amateur level for sports, and you get coaches pressuring kids to play one sport. You will be told a lot of lies if someone tells your child to only focus on one sport. Now, if you're not good enough to play another sport, that's one thing. But if you're good enough, play multiple sports. When it's baseball season, play baseball. When it's football season, if you play football or swim, whatever you're going to do in the fall. When it's basketball season, just play basketball. It's one of the biggest lies you'll be told, is that you really need to start focusing only on one sport. When you're like 12 years old, I've seen it. It is an absolute travesty when a coach tells a young kid that and his parents. Bubba's a perfect example of that.
All right, let me ask you this, though. Because listen, I'm not going to argue with you. I agree. But what happens when you don't make the football team or the soccer team, right? Because that happens a lot too.
Sure. I mean, listen, if that's the case and you're down to where you're only capable of playing one sport, that's fine. You got to be a little careful. Keep an eye out for burning your kids out, especially with baseball. If you're a pitcher and you're throwing a ton, go off of them. If they're still fine playing in the fall and their body's okay and says they're fine playing in the fall baseball, that's fine. Do it. But first things first, if you have a love for another sport and you enjoy playing it, play it. I was a terrible basketball player, but I played for a couple of years in high school. There's no doubt that it helped. Eventually, I got so bad they said, you're not allowed to play basketball anymore. I probably would have kept playing. But the idea of playing multiple sports is, you're not going to find a scout in college or at the professional level. It's like, oh, I wish this kid only played one sport. They miss the multi-sport athletes. They miss the athleticism that comes along with it. The overall competitiveness for playing different sports. So, I mean, how many guys have you seen that could have been quarterbacks some places? There's been a ton of them that went and played baseball instead because they got drafted. So
yeah,
just don't buy that lie. That's all. It bothers me a lot. I've seen it again at 12 years old. Kids coming to me in the spring. Coach, I can't go to practice because I have to go to fall football. And they said if I don't go to fall football, or excuse me, spring football practice, then I'm not going to play in the fall.
Zunino lifts one out into short center field. Long run, and Odor can't get to it. That drops in for a base hit. First hit tonight against Tyson Ross, and it comes with 2 out in the 5th inning.
Well, the applause there for Tyson Ross, who has been great. And you see this slider backing up a little bit, not quite having the depth and the movement that we've seen all night from Tyson Ross, but he still did a good job of jamming Mike Zunino, who did a nice job of just kind of blooping this one in.
All right, well, our Kubota power stats. How about this? First start with the Rangers, doesn't give up a hit until 2 out in the 5th inning. 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, and Tyson Ross has been everything advertised and more so far tonight, leading 7-1 in the 5th inning.
He's looked really good, kind of put it on cruise control, I think, after that first inning. I got to believe the Rangers are very happy. Doug Roquel very happy with what they have seen so far here through 4 2/3 from Tyson Ross.
Taylor Motter, the 9th place hitter at the plate. He's 0 for 1, grounded out in the 3rd inning. Mariners have had precious few base runners. A couple of walks, and now this little butterfly of a base hit by Zunino. Count 0-2 on Motter. There's still room tonight, and there will be room both tomorrow afternoon and Sunday afternoon. If you want to come join us, couldn't imagine a better place to be. 93 degrees at game time tonight. Temperature maybe dropping just a touch as we get deeper into the evening. The 0-2.
We're sharing also the area tonight. Big concert going on over at AT&T.
Oh, yeah.
I got to be honest with you, I love working with you. I love my job. There's a part of me that's like, oh man, this might have been the day to call in sick. Metallica at AT&T
That's a sweet
Stadium.
spot for you.
It's a sweet spot.
Oh,
for me.
okay.
And I was telling my son that we found out there was a concert there tonight. That I went to one of their concerts like over 20 years ago.
Fly ball to center field. Ends the fifth inning. We're halfway there. Robinson Chirinos blasted a home run a little earlier. He'll be due up in the bottom of the fifth. Is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by North Texas Ford. The Great American Sales Event is happening now at your local Texas Ford dealer. Ford is the best in Texas. Wow, what a night tonight. Rangers scoring some runs, getting great pitching, and Tyson Ross's Rangers debut. And a lot of guests. It was fun talking to Colby Lewis a couple innings ago.
Great guy.
And just a moment ago hearing from Bubba Thompson, first-round draft pick. So it's been an eventful evening already.
Fortunately for us, a game that's been well in hand here so far by the Rangers is mostly paying attention. It's hard not to. We've got Colby Lewis in here for a full inning.
Well, the bottom of the order due in this fifth inning. Jonathan Lucroy, who is 1 for 2. And Mike Napoli and Robinson Chirinos. Rangers with 8 hits so far tonight. They have also drawn 3 walks. And there's been 1 hit batter. 1-1 to Lucroy. Tony Zick out for another inning of work. Paxton went 3 2/3 tonight, allowed 7 runs on 7 hits. Walked 3, struck out 4. It's way off the plate, 2-1.
I thought it was interesting, Colby Lewis, and kind of talking about the number stuff and how do you use the data, and had this conversation with a lot of former players and former teammates, and they said, man, how come, what's with all the numbers? How come all the numbers? How come you use all? I'm like, well, it's kind of part of the game.
Hard ground ball. That's a base hit into left field. Base hit. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Send it back again to Dana. That one seems pretty safe. Here a 7-1 ball game. Thanks, Dana. Mike Napoli 0 for 2. And he takes one in. Napoli with the strikeout and the fly ball out tonight. The average is dipped to 190, but just great to have him back healthy and in the lineup again.
Well, it's the power threat. Even though the batting average is not there yet for Napoli, it doesn't matter. I mean, listen, he is in there to provide power. Sure, he wishes it was probably a little bit higher, but I don't think it matters that much. As long as he is still the power threat that he is, the fact that, you know, he's batting a little further down in the order, right, and batting 8th, I mean, it's almost a luxury when you can put a bat like that down there. You're not thinking about power at the bottom of the line. We already saw Chirinos hit a home run out of the 9th spot. You know, Mike Napoli is more than capable. Now that everybody is starting to come back, this lineup just gets incredibly deep.
11 home runs for Napoli. He was on the disabled list from June 4th until earlier today with that lower back strain, and he was back and feeling better. Now, he was swinging the bat a whole lot better prior to going on to the DL. The 14 games before the injury, hit 4 home runs and was batting right around 280 during that stretch. And in fact, the month of May was a really good one for Napoli with 8 home runs in the month. Among the top 10 in the American League for the month of May. Mahatita going again as he waits on a 3-1 and bounces it up the middle. Shortstop Motter will flip it to second one. The relay to first. Good for the double play.
Hey, let's take a look at our AT&T high-speed replay. We're going to go back to Robinson Chirinos as you see him strolling to the plate. But what he did back in the 4th inning was get a hold of a James Paxton fastball and drill it. That went into the bullpen, I think, but either way, it doesn't matter. Home run is a home run, and Robinson Chirinos crushed that ball, his 8th of the year. And I mentioned, I thought it was just interesting that, you know, much ado about nothing, that he came in 1 for 18 when he was hitting in the 9th spot. Now it's 2 for 20. It's been a good offensive year for him all the way around. Defensively, he has been really solid. He's doing a great job tonight with Tyson Ross.
Spins away from the breaking ball for ball 1. Now, batting 9th in the American League, you know, different from batting bottom of the order in the National League where you've got a pitcher involved.
No doubt.
This one lifted out to right field. Haniger waits, and that will end the inning. So the Rangers got the lead man on, but can't get anything going, and we go to the 6th inning. It's 7-1. Event of the summer hits South Beach. Baseball's biggest stars take the field for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game July 11th, only on Fox. And see the current standings in the American League. Trout and Aaron Judge leading in the outfield. Correa, Altuve sneaking up for the most votes in the American League at second base. Hard hitting Miguel Sano at third. I like it.
I thought that nickname was only reserved for Mark Whitten.
Whitten. Dole it out every now and then. Just almost took Bubba from Bubba and gave it to you.
The Raymond rules, where there are no rules at all.
None. Never. Ross going to work in the 6th inning. And the pitch count in really good shape at 84 for him. Now in his rehab appearances, Ross did not go real deep. This ball hit well down the right field line, foul, and up into the stands. Ross made, what, 4 starts? Yeah, 4 starts in the minor leagues with Round Rock, and threw 93 pitches in his 3rd appearance, 87 pitches in his final outing with Round Rock. That might push it just a little bit further here tonight, but probably not a ton. He has certainly looked really good.
No, he has. You don't want to push the pitch count too much, but you're thrilled with what you've seen. And as he gets close to that 90 pitch mark, I think any sign of trouble, I think you want to get him out of there. Certainly the game right now seems to be well in hand at 7-1, but this becomes more about what is best for Tyson Ross moving forward. Not just, you're not worried about him as a veteran guy necessarily building his confidence, but I think from a health standpoint, just throwing the ball well, you're probably not going to push it too much.
Well, he issues his 3rd walk of the night. This one to the leadoff man, Ben Gamel. Gamel has scored the only run tonight for the Mariners, and that was after the walk in the 1st inning.
Right fielder Mitch Haniger.
So he's on for Mitch Haniger, who has struck out and walked tonight. A couple of rookies up at the top of the order for the Mariners. Guys putting together great first halves up in the Pacific Northwest. Haniger today starting in right field. And Ross pumps one in for a high strike. Last year started opening day for the Padres. Was hurt for the remainder of the season. Ross had off-season surgery, rehabbed his way back, and today back on a big league mound. And looks like he hadn't missed a beat. 1 bloop single and 3 walks. Working with a 6-run lead in the 6th inning. This one flared out to right field. Chu coming on, and he'll handle it. 1 out in the 6th inning. All right, Rangers fans, here's a giveaway that is just in time for summer. The first 15,000 fans to the ballpark tomorrow afternoon will be treated to a Nomar Mazara Big Chill Cooler backpack courtesy of Dairy Mags. Cheer on the Rangers. They take on the Mariners. It's a 4:05 first pitch. You get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. And a day for the Big Chill to chill tonight, not in the lineup. He and Joey Gallo getting the night off against a tough lefty, James Paxton.
Yeah, I think it's a good play, and it certainly worked out well. As you see now, the run total here for the Rangers, through their 5 innings, keeping Joey Gallo and Nomar Mazara out of that lineup with Paxton in there. He has been so good and had been so good against lefties. Came in with just a 188 batting average again, so Jeff Bannister thought might be the better move, and yeah, can relax and enjoy watching the boys go to work. He's having a great year, Nomar Mazara.
One of the leaders in the American League in runs batted in. Very productive, primarily out of the 3rd spot in the order. And now a bouncing ball to the right side. Odor with a bobble, but has time. Throws out Cano. There are 2 away in the inning. Initially, you're thinking, hey, maybe a shot at a double play, but couldn't get it cleanly, and so Gamble out at second base with 2 out.
And this outing right now from Tyson Ross is a perfect example of why you don't overthink rehab outings, right? This is a guy that's been around, has accomplished some things. We've shown what he's done over the course of his career. And you look at, a couple of those rehab outings, went 3 1/3, 6 runs, In his last one, 5 innings, 10 hits, 8 runs. You're like, man, well, is he hurt? Is he not ready? What's going on? Well, no. As long as he's healthy and the ball's coming out of his hand well, that's all you really care about. Say this time and time again. You send a big leaguer down to AAA, AA, whatever it's going to be to make some rehab starts. You just don't have the same adrenaline. It's so difficult to replicate it, especially as you get older, to really kind of get up for a game when you're not going up against the best. You're not under big league lights. It's not a big crowd there. It's just not the same feeling once you've grown accustomed to it.
And we saw a little bit of that briefly in the first batter he faced tonight. Some of the jitters, the adrenaline perhaps pumping a little bit, and he walked Gamble. But after that point, he has been pretty spectacular.
And his pitch counts were high too, by the way, in the minor leagues. It wasn't like they slowly built him up. I mean, right out of the chute, it was 73, went to 86 through 93 2 starts ago, which you see him right now at 94. And so that's why the Rangers are comfortable. Look how efficient he has been. Just that 3rd inning where he got up to 20. You're pretty happy, I think, with everything else. At 13 and 15 are certainly very nice, and it'd be nice to see him finish up the 6th inning, staying under 15. But I would imagine this is probably his last hitter.
Nelson Cruz 0 for 2. Man at second with 2 out, and he serves this one into center field. Gomez was deep around third base and heading to the plate. Gamble scores as the throw is cut off. So Cruz with an RBI single makes it a 7-2 ball game.
See Jeff Bannister on the top step, probably ready to make a move once Kyle Seager gets there. But this is a breaking ball that is down. Certainly not a terrible pitch. You're going up against a really good hitter in Nelson Cruz, and a tough guy to hold down through 3 at-bats. And unfortunately, in his 3rd one, he was able to get a base hit.
So that'll be all. The skipper out to take the baseball from Tyson Ross. But how about that Rangers debut tonight? He leaves responsible for Cruz at first base. The fans will let him know about it. Welcome back to the big leagues, Tyson.
The evening of Tyson Ross, and in his Rangers debut, he was fantastic. You see the breaking ball there for back-to-back strikeouts. Another one there, now 3 in a row. He did a really good job of throwing that pitch below the zone, getting a called 3rd strike there against Motter, and really just weak contact. This was the only base hit that we saw, but it was a very nice night for Tyson Ross. 5 2/3, 2 hits, 5 strikeouts. How about this? 6 groundouts and no walks, and there's the big smile from Tyson Ross, and that is our cricket. Something to smile about. Tyson Ross should be smiling. He had an excellent debut here, and he can't even let that smile go. It is infectious. Now, it could be because he's talking to A.J. Griffin, who pretty much makes everybody smile. If you've been fortunate enough to spend any time or listen to A.J. talk, you can't help but walk away smiling.
Well, a real nice evening for Tyson Ross and Dario Alvarez, who was just called up today. He comes in relief here to face Kyle Seager.
All right, so I definitely lied. He had some pop outs today. Tyson Ross did, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at, I apologize for that, because I am looking at the MLB.com. I'm all about placing blame on the places.
There you go. Pointing fingers.
So
that's
I'm
good.
looking at them right now, and it says here, Tyson Ross, 6 groundouts, no flyouts.
They're
That
looking
is
right back at you.
100% incorrect. I was like, wait, as I'm saying it and reading, I'm like, I don't think that's right. And I'm looking at my scorecard. There's an F4, there's an F8, there's an F9, there's an L3, another F9. Lies, all lies here on the Rangers broadcast. So I apologize for that, but at the same time, I'm not going to take full responsibility.
83% of all statistics are made up. And 6 fly ball outs.
Maybe.com was, they knew I was going to do that. A little wanted to get back at me. You know, I worked there for a year. Like, those guys, let's stick it to them.
1-2 to Seager. And this one popped up out at a short right field. Odor was already out there. And he'll tuck it away. Inning over. And the night over for Tyson Ross. 2 runs allowed in 5 2/3 innings. Well done. We go to the middle of the 6th. America's favorite gambling half inning. It is time for the Sonic Drive-In Sonic Slam inning. Our jackpot tonight, $2,000 plus dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Nancy Sasso from Hearst. I probably butchered that. Sasso. Anyway, Ranger hits a home run this inning. Nancy wins $2,000. They hit a grand slam. Nancy wins $25,000. There's no gambling involved. This is something you register to do.
It's like a lottery.
A little bit like a lottery. It's a lot of fun, especially when the right team hits home runs in the 6th inning. With that, we introduce Zach Curtis, 3rd pitcher of the night for the Mariners.
And you see the lefty here in the numbers so far. A little bit of a struggle in his 23 games. That's actually over the course of his career. He was with Diamondbacks, wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken. I think he came over in that Mitch Haniger trade.
We'll face the top of the order. Delano DeShields, Shin-Soo Choo, and Elvis Andrus. Curtis got the first one in there for a strike. And boy, he's coming right after DeShields. So count 0-2. Curtis came over with Gene Segura and Mitch Haniger for the Taijuan Walker and Ketel Marte exchange. And this one popped up out into right field. Haniger waiting on it, and that is out number 1. The Texas Rangers are excited to bring you the first ever Game of Thrones theme night. It's going to be Wednesday, July 5th, Rangers and Red Sox. Now, this exclusive theme night ticket comes with a limited edition House Bannister bobblehead. Plus, all fans will have the opportunity to take a picture on the Iron Throne. One out, bottom of the 6th, and here comes Shin-Soo Choo. Choo tonight walked and has scored a run. Other times ground out and a fly out. And hits this ball well to center field. Dyson racing to his left, and he knocks it down but cannot catch it. And so Choo is aboard with 1 out in the 6th inning.
Wow, you don't see that very often from Jarrod Dyson, who, by the way, was just gliding across the outfield. And he makes this look like a routine player. Most outfielders are not even getting to this ball. But watch him run here. I mean, it's like he's on ice. Just kind of cruising along. He was there.
Overran it.
And he should have had it. He just flat out missed it. Yeah. Kind of got locked up a little bit, but he made it look like an easy play. It's not an easy play for every outfielder, but because of the speed, because of the range, it was an easy play for him. But it doesn't matter. That's a hit. Home cooking, baby. We'll take it. I tell you what, if I'm Zach Curtis, I'm making a phone call after the game.
Yes, you are. There's no question. Here's Elvis Andrus, and he pops this one up out into short right field. Cano back there and takes care of it. 2 out.
I mean, that is amazing. I am happy that you got that hit, but he was there.
He was there.
The ball was in there.
Yeah,
he just flat out clanked it.
No, but to me that's an error. But you know, those things always get sorted out. It seems. I wouldn't be shocked to hear something in a day or two about that.
Yeah. No, you know, it ends up not leading to a run. It doesn't matter. I mean, he's just right there, and he didn't dive for it. He didn't jump for it. He was there, and he just missed it.
Brings up Adrian Beltre now, 2 out and a man on. And Curtis very high with ball 1. Beltre was hit by a pitch his last time up. Drove in a pair in the 3rd inning with a single and has also walked. He's been on every time. 2,956 hits in his career as that one races way inside, gets away from Zunino. And Choo goes to second on the wild pitch.
This is a breaking ball, trying to get that swing and miss down and in, but this is overthrown by Curtis, and Zunino just kind of reached for it instead of trying to get in front of it and block it. And it's an easy stroll down to second base for Shin-Soo Choo.
Now the 2-0, and that's way off the plate to Beltre. Now we talk about the all-time rankings. On the hit list, there's Adrian Beltre, 33rd, closing in on Wahoo Sam Crawford from Wahoo, Nebraska. And that one is off the plate, ball 4, and Beltre walks for the 2nd time. So a couple of base runners, and it didn't look like Curtis wanted any part of Adrian Beltre.
No, he certainly did not. I mean, pitching basically away from the strike zone in that spot. Now, I don't know Carlos Gomez is necessarily any better of a matchup for him. And you think about Gomez and the big swings and sizing him up against the lefty. Now, the numbers have not been that great for Carlos so far this year. It's only been 28 at-bats coming into tonight against lefties, a 143 batting average for him, but that doesn't necessarily make me feel any more comfortable as a left-hander. You know, this guy's got good pull power, and that's always an issue for lefties.
This ball hit well out to center field. Dyson on the run, and that one is out of here. Carlos Gomez, his first game back, and that's a 3-run bomb. 5th homer of the year for Gomez. And the Rangers have opened it up.
$2,000 for Nancy. Do it, girl. And tater tots, right? All the other good stuff that comes along with being the Sonic Slam winner. But just as I was saying, I mean, the idea of pitching around Adrian Beltre to go after Carlos Gomez, and here's a first pitch changeup that just sits right in the middle of the plate. Not going to fool Carlos Gomez. You know, the idea about a changeup is getting a guy out front. You see the little bat flip there. He knew he got it. You know, technically, back-to-back games and back-to-back home runs for Carlos Gomez, right?
That's right.
He won on his rehab assignment. He's officially red hot.
First came back, drove in 2 in the 4th inning with a double. 3 more here in the 6th inning with that home run. So a 5 RBI night already. Carlos Gomez, and that home run, 409 feet. Strike to Odor, and the count 0-2. Well, the 2-out runs tonight for the Rangers have been huge as well. Cashed in for some late runs in the 3rd inning. 3 2-out runs here in the 6th inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Odor. So 6 of the 10 runs tonight have scored with 2 outs in an inning. Curtis to the plate, 1-2, and that one came inside, and it got Odor on the elbow. Rugi heads to first, another base runner for the Rangers, and they have had a lot of traffic out there tonight. And Scott Servais, one of those nights.
It has been one of those, and this is a fastball that was actually supposed to be away. And Curtis just let it get away from him, finishes up and in, and catches Rougned Odor. Looked like maybe in the rib cage and part of his left arm as well. Like you said, just one of those nights. You know, the Mariners played a day game yesterday in Minnesota, so they should have gotten in plenty of time. They actually sat on the tarmac. Dave Sims told me, their play-by-play guy on the TV side, for almost 3 hours before they got out of Minnesota. Mechanical issue, and they had to install a new part. So they sat there not making excuses. They still got in at a decent time. They got in at 11 o'clock last night, much earlier than we did 2 nights ago, but thought that was kind of interesting. A bummer, so not a lot going too great right now in the last 24 hours for the Mariners.
And a 1-strike pitch. Lucroy shoots this one out to right field, but room out there for Haniger. So the inning is done. A 3-run homer from Carlos Gomez. A little accent to the inning.
A little cambio down the middle, and welcome back the powerful swing of Carlos Gomez. He's having a great night. I do it all the time.
lead for the Rangers as we go to the 7th inning. A lot of action today in day 2 of the U.S. Open. Ricky Fowler had a 1-stroke lead going in. He's down by a stroke after 2 days out at Erin Hills.
To give you an idea how hard that course is right now. You see those scores and guys hanging right around par and still going to put them on the leaderboard through the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, a lot better scores in day 1. Now the 117th U.S. Open continues tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. A little breezy today, it looked like, as Valencia steps in to lead things off here in the 7th inning. Did you watch any coverage yesterday or today?
I did not. It's a busy morning for me.
You were working out. You were in the gym.
Unlike yourself, I can't just lay around and watch golf all day. As appealing as that sounds, I was out playing catch with my oldest, then throwing batting practice to my youngest, taking my oldest to the gym. There's a lot going on.
So you're just kind of like piling up right on the eve of Father's Day, trying to earn some last-minute brownie points.
Trying to. I'm not really getting anywhere. As you see the pitch arsenal from Jose Leclerc. The all-confusing changeup is what he throws the most. You're going to watch it. It's going to look like a slider, and I'm going to tell you it's a changeup. There it is. And that looks every bit like a slider, but it is a 3-finger changeup from Jose Leclerc. You can actually also have that changeup go the other way against lefties, but it's a very, very unique pitch. He uses it well to go along with a great fastball.
Ball and 2 strikes on Valencia, who's 0 for 2. And he strikes out swinging. 1 away in the 7th inning. And let's send it down to Emily Jones.
Progressive fan of the game time, and a very special one as Nolan Linthicum and his dad Brandon drove from Virginia to be at tonight's game and the Do It for Durrett Goes Yard event. Nolan, you are a Progressive fan of the game. This seems a little bit like chopped liver compared to what you've got in your hand. Whose bat is that?
Mike Napoli.
Oh, you got a Mike Napoli bat. That's pretty cool. And you're the Progressive fan of the game. Can I get a Go Rangers from a Virginian? Go Rangers! That's what I'm talking about. Nolan, great job, buddy. Congratulations, guys.
Right on. Congrats, Nolan. A night I think he might remember for a while.
You think so? I mean, did you see that bat? And he also, it was signed, but it also said "Party at Napoli's" on there. And Mike wrote it right on there. But here's what's going on out at center field. You see Anthony Andro there.
Do It for Durrett live auction, or silent auction, I guess, as it is out there in center field.
I think a really good thing to do, a nice thing to do, go there, spend a ton of money on that Carlos Correa jersey. Then we have like a rip it up ceremony or something out in the parking lot afterwards. What do you think? I think he's a good player, don't get me wrong. But
right.
Yeah. Arlington, buddy.
Yeah.
Spend the money, it's for a good cause.
Dyson over the top of that one, the count 1 and 2. You're always looking to stir it up.
You're just starting to pick up on that, huh?
I mean, why not just buy something you really want and present it nicely and leave that for somebody else to buy? No, you just want to stir it up. Let me ask you a question. Did you get a little bit of trouble in elementary school, junior high?
So I had a pretty consistent report card that said Christopher's a pretty good student, but he talks too much in class.
Really?
That pretty consistent.
Stunning.
Yeah, pretty consistent. The nuns really laid it on me pretty good. When I was in Japan, though, one of my Japanese teammates, and I don't know what the word was in Japanese, but he basically nicknamed me Firestarter because he felt like I was always causing trouble. You know, and it had more to do with like my coaches, you know, not that I was trying to start trouble, but I like to question things or whatever. Like, well, you know, why do you do it that way, whatever it may be, or what do you think about this or whatever. And so I don't know, the Firestarter was one of my many nicknames when I was in Asia.
I'm still working on it. I'm trying to figure out if you are just a naturally curious person.
Yes,
or
for sure.
antagonistic. The 3-2.
Also, yes.
Ripped down the right field line.
It's a skill set you shouldn't be proud of. You know, I don't know if I can say I've been blessed or cursed with it, but you know, it's just kind of poke a little bit.
Yeah.
Just kind of lay something out there and then disappear. You know, let everyone go. What was that? What did he say? You know, get people worked up and then just check out.
All right, test the occasional boundary.
Yeah.
My
wife will tell you it's a curse. For sure.
Yeah. No,
for her.
I've spoken with her. Dyson 0 for 2. And he lifts this one out to right field. He had some pretty good swings, and that one's going to get out of the ballpark. Got a pitch he can handle, and Dyson with his 4th home run of the year. That one only counts for 1. It's a 10-3 ball game.
Certainly not part of Jarrod Dyson's game. You mentioned that it was his 4th of the year and just his 11th of his career, and this is his 614th game played in the big leagues. So he is not known as a power guy by any means. You watch him, he chokes up on the bat. And they were supposed to be with that little, more like a cutter, actually. It might have been in that spot. It was. That's a pitch that you don't see Jose Leclerc use too often. When he does it, he's usually trying to get a called strike, right? He had 2 strikes on Dyson. The at bat got deeper, and so the idea of trying to throw a little backdoor cutter for strike 3 was what he was going for in that spot. It didn't happen.
So now Zunino, who came up with the first hit of the night for the Mariners. That was in the 5th inning. And it was a soft liner. They got just over the infielders and in front of Carlos Gomez in center. Not the hardest hit ball, but found a little real estate. And now for the night, 3 hits total for Seattle. An excellent night for Tyson Ross. Allowed a couple of runs on 2 hits in his 5 2/3 innings. Back off the disabled list in his first start as a Ranger tonight. Dario Alvarez got the final out of the 6th inning, and now Leclerc, who has struck out Valencia, gave up the home run to Dyson. It's 2-1. And that'll square it.
I think as Jose Leclerc kind of manages his repertoire a little bit, and I mentioned the cutter is not something that he throws very often. The curveball is not something he throws very often. These are the games to do it, right? Come in a 10-2 game. Go ahead and try that cutter out. Maybe flip in the breaking ball a little bit and see how you do with it.
Well, there's some straight heat, 97 miles per hour, and he uses that to strike out Zunino 2 away.
Because as good as he has been, and we're going to watch his fastball at 97 miles an hour, you mentioned right past Mike Zunino. This is the kind of fastball, explosive fastball that Jose Leclerc has, and he wasn't even close to that. What I was going to say is that, you know, Jose Leclerc has a pretty good curveball. He doesn't use it very often, right? It's fastball, changeup mostly, but there's a curveball in there that some people around the organization believe could actually even be another really great pitch for him. Use it a little bit more, show a little more confidence in it, believe in it, but they like it. They watch him throw it. They feel like that's a plus pitch for him that he could potentially use coming out of the bullpen. He already has 2. I think he could add a 3rd.
Well, he's got 2 out here. The 9th place hitter, Taylor Motter, in a hole 0-2. Swings through that one. Motter is grounded out to 3rd, flied out to center field. Came in hitting .203. Clark trying to strike out the side in this 7th inning. And very nearly did. Motter held up. One ball, 2 strikes. And he got him swinging. So Leclerc strikes out the side, allows the home run to Dyson, however. And it's time for the 7th inning stretch. We pause and allow you to listen in to God Bless America Tonight. We turn it over to Chuck Morgan.
Will you please rise and direct your attention to the area behind home plate and welcome Brad Holmes. In honor of all the veterans who have served our country and the servicemen and women who are currently stationed at home and around the world, Brad Holmes will now perform God Bless America.
God bless America, and that I love, stand beside her.
Bottom of the 7th inning here with the Rangers leading the Mariners by a score of 10-3. And kids, do this. Treat your dad to tickets to a Rangers game for Father's Day this Sunday as they take on the Mariners at 2:05 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 14 and older will receive a Father's Day cheesy Rangers shirt, courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Kroger. Get your tickets today, of course, as always, at TexasRangers.com.
Mike Napoli will lead off the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Napoli, Robinson, Chirinos, and then back up top for Delano DeShields. 10-3 Rangers. And Zach Curtis needs a swing and a miss to even the count here. Napoli, one of the few, really has not been terribly involved in this one yet. Napoli, the only Ranger who is yet to reach base. Lucroy, the only other Ranger who has not yet scored, although Lucroy has 2 hits and has driven in 2 runs. Napoli struck out of the second, flat out in the 3rd inning, and then rolled into a double play in the 5th. And it's 2-2. Like Carlos Gomez, who's had a huge night tonight at the plate. Napoli activated before the ball game today, coming off the disabled list, so 2 big bats back to the lineup. And this one shot up the middle, that's a base hit. So Napoli is involved now. He is on to start the 7th inning. Tomorrow, back at it again, our AT&T matchup. Giovanni Gallardo has the ball for Seattle. Martin Perez at 2-6 for the year. But a guy who pitches well in this ballpark will take the hill for the Rangers. A note, the start time tomorrow, 3:30 pregame on Fox Sports Southwest. It's a 4:05 first pitch tomorrow afternoon. Now Chirinos.
You start doing some work a little bit, totaling up what all the guys that were on the DL that were activated today, what they have done so far tonight. You just mentioned Carlos Gomez with his 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4. Now Mike Napoli in there at 1 for 4, and then the great job that Tyson Ross did. This is kind of what the Rangers envision. You know, you put a roster together, you know it's not going to be the same 25 guys the entire year, but when you start losing significant pieces, Mike Napoli is a significant piece. Carlos Gomez is a significant piece. Put Cole Hamels in there, and now Tyson Ross, AJ Griffin was still on the DL.
Chirinos sends this one high in the air out to left center. And it is Dyson who comes over from center field to make the catch.
I think what the Rangers have done and the way that the players have approached it is you keep battling, right? You don't have your guys there. You wish they were. There's nothing you can do about it. And, you know, so you battle. You try to keep your head above water, win baseball games the best that you can, and hold the fort down so you can get that roster back. And Cole Hamels with his rehab start is another step in that direction as well. And you think about that man, Jeff Bannister, that's when you really get tested, right? Give a guy a fantastic, deep 25-man roster, and Dave Raymond can manage that team. I mean, let's be honest, right? But but you start having some challenges. Okay, you know what? Now we're going to take away some of your huge pieces. So let's see how you do. Or we're going to give you some bullpen troubles to start the season. Let's see how you do. And so I think Jeff Bannister, the coaching staff, they certainly deserve a lot of credit for helping this team stay above water. Now it's it's getting to be go time here. As soon as you get everybody back, got to go on that run and find a way to take down the Astros.
This one gets away, and Napoli will go to second base. A couple times now that Zunino has had to track one down back there. And that would be interesting. First blush, I thought that hit off his glove. So we'll have to wait till we get the official call. I don't know what it is, probably 90–95% of those type plays go as wild pitches, but every once in a while it's boxed by the catcher. And there's a bouncer left side. Tough play in the hole. Motter's throw in time. Wow. I'll tell you what, it's always difficult to get Delano DeShields on a ground ball. Almost a routine ground ball is not, but that is a heck of a play by Motter.
It's a slow roller especially, and you're thinking there's no way. And look at that free shot right there, and I have a feeling that this is going to be challenged. It is, and I got a feeling they're going to get this thing turned around pretty quickly. I mean, this almost was an unbelievable play. I thought there was no chance, but as you see it here, you're going to see Delano's left foot get the bag before this ball is caught by Valencia at first base. There's going to be a really nice view. Foot on. Yep.
That won't take very long for them to review and overturn. Now you say almost a very or miraculous play, whatever.
Yep.
It was.
Well, it was a nice play.
Right? I mean, it was a great play. It just is not an out.
Nope, it wasn't. And I always wonder about this too for umpires. I'm sure they have this somewhere. How often you're overturned, especially on calls like that. Like, it's one thing when there's something they couldn't see, but on safe or out calls, especially to first base, I'd love to know what the numbers are for umpires. Who gets turned over the most amount of times, percentage, whatever it may be. I think that matters. It matters because come postseason time, you want the guys that are doing the best teams are there.
Sure.
Why shouldn't the best umpires be there?
Joe West, the first base umpire, and the man to the left on your screen there on headset. And there's a guy in binoculars looking right at us.
I mean, we literally had that thing like in what, 5 seconds?
The fans here saw it on the big screen twice in that same amount of times, and they were able to make that call. So Delano was on. Infield hit, his second hit of the night to go along with a walk. And you can see 13 infield hits, most in the American League. That speed is a game changer.
Yeah, I told you, that ground ball batting average as well. He hits the ball on the ground. He's got a pretty good chance at getting a hit. It was 458 yesterday. It's only going to go up now.
Zach Curtis pumps one into Chu for a strike. Don't forget too, Delano DeShields stole second base in the 4th inning off James Paxton. It was the first time anyone had so much as attempted a steal against Paxton. Give an idea again of what some of that speed can do. This ball hit well to center. Dyson, though, is there, makes the catch, and that is out number 2. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Let's send it back to Dana Larson.
Now batting the shortstop, Elvis Andrus.
Very interesting late in that one too. This is that's an Astros team that, while they had taken the final game of that series against the Rangers on Wednesday, had still dropped, what was it, 7 of their last 10?
Some starting pitching issues right now with a bunch of guys on the DL until that depth is going to be tested a little bit in Houston. And, maybe it's just the right time now for the Astros to get healthy, the Rangers to get healthy while the Astros are not. Said there might just be a little bit of a crack in the armor and maybe an opportunity here for the Rangers to tighten this race up a little bit.
Andrews watches another strike to count 0-2. They had lost 6 of their last 9, the Astros, after that victory on Wednesday. But now trailing at home to the Red Sox in the 8th inning. Rangers, meanwhile, won 5 of 6 on that very challenging road trip. And have a huge lead tonight here at home.
Oh, my.
And a play in the club level of seats to our right. Nicely done.
One-handed grab. I was a little bit worried because you got that awning right there. I don't think he's going to reach up and be a little bit careful about hitting your hand. I watched the bare hand, one hand. That's a put out. A very impressive one. 4-star catch, maybe 5. 5-star catch, one hand, 5-star.
Yeah, that's probably a 5-star. Brothers to mind for the hat tip as well. Bouncer third base. Long throw from Seager in time, and that will end the inning. So the Rangers will leave a couple of base runners. We'll go to the 8th inning tonight. Rangers lead by 7. Limited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Lonnie Chisenhall, that's a unique one right there. 5 RBIs off the bench. That's the third time an Indian has done that, but the first since 1973. Miguel Cabrera, the news there is that his first home run since May 20th. Had the walk-off against the Rays. And Nick Pivetta pitching really well for the Phillies and outdueled Chris Sale with 9 strikeouts in the 1-0 win.
Yeah, that's always a good thing when you can beat an ace. And Nick Pivetta, of course, we saw him here against us when we played the Phillies. Interesting young guy, not necessarily overpowering stuff. The Rangers got to him. Didn't they get to him pretty well?
Well, they swept that series, and yeah, Pivetta probably, my knee jerk is to say he wasn't long for that game because
you calling a jerk.
that was
4 2/3. Actually, that's what it was. He didn't get very deep. It was only 1 earned run, but he went 4 2/3 against the Rangers. He had 4 walks in that game, 3 hits, and got knocked out early because of the 107 pitches he threw in 4 2/3.
8th inning here. So when I say he's not long for the game, all right, I guess on the one hand I'm right. He didn't make it through 5 innings as a starter. On the other hand, he threw 107 pitches. That's a long game.
It is a long game.
So maybe he was sort of long for that game. We'll have to work that one out later. Leclerc's pitch lined back up the middle. That's a base hit for Ben Gamel. Gamel's had a nice night. Scored 2 of the Mariners' 3 runs so far. He's done a really good job out of that leadoff spot. A couple of walks and now that base hit.
Well, I had this on that was the game where Joel Rodriguez came in, the lefty, and gave up 7 runs, who the Rangers recently acquired.
Haniger now 0 for 2 with a walk. And he takes strike 1. Yeah, Jolie now down at AAA Round Rock and provides, you know, some depth, organizational depth out of the bullpen potentially at some point. This ball hit hard out into left field, and that one will drop in. So a base hit for Haniger. Heading to third base, Gamel, and he is in there as the throw goes back to the middle of the diamond. So that's a single there. Men on the corners with nobody out. Hey, get a jump start on your Independence Day celebrations this year and head on out to the ballpark on Monday, July 3rd for a spectacular post-game fireworks show. Boston Red Sox taking on the Texas Rangers, 7:05 game. And tickets are available TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Jeff Bannister coming out after back-to-back base hits off Jose Leclerc. Alex Claudio, glove on top of the hat. The international sign for I'm ready. And he's coming on when we come back. Time for the Ford game summary tonight. Some crooked numbers there on the bottom of the scores. 5 runs in the 3rd inning, 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 6th. Rangers doing it offensively, but the story really tonight when we leave will be Tyson Ross and his effort on the mound.
An incredibly encouraging outing for his first one in well over a year, right? The last time that he pitched was opening day 2016, dealing with the thoracic outlet syndrome. The Rangers signed him this offseason knowing he wasn't going to be ready to start the year, and after a few rehab assignments, he makes his debut tonight, and he was terrific. I gotta believe they're very excited about what they saw. Carlos Gomez, of course, also activated out there in center field, having a very nice night as well with a couple of hits and a big home run. 4 RBIs on the night. 5 RBIs, says Dave Raymond. I'm going to stick to my 4 because I heard you say 2 earlier, and I believe you were incorrect.
Oh, I might. Yeah, listen, you're right. Yep. 4 RBIs.
Ask me how many times I've heard it. Right, so Claudio in there now. Now he hasn't pitched. You know, he went. If you got to remember, he went 3 in a row, and then has not pitched now a 4-day break. But he had done some great work in Washington, pitching every game in that series, but has not pitched since. So good opportunity to get him in the game.
Well, first pitch, a bouncer down to first. The out at first base, throw down to second, and that is a double play. Gamble able to score from 3rd, but a nifty job by Mike Napoli and Elvis Andrus to turn the 3-6 twin killing.
And this is another great part of what Alex Claudio does. Here you go watch Mike Napoli does a great job. You go where the ball takes you, right? That ball took him to first base, so he steps on first. If the ball takes you towards second, then you throw the ball to second base. He plays it perfectly here as he's that close to the bag. The step and throw delivers a good throw, and good job by Elvis to go down and get it. But you know, coming into this game, and it'll go up now, a 70% ground ball rate for Alex. 70. That is a huge number. He has been so valuable this year. We've talked about the changeup and getting some lefties to swing and miss at it, but man, that ground ball rate has been crazy. Let's take a look at how he gets there, and there it is, the sinker, the 2-seam fastball. 58% of the time. It's not overpowering the velocity, but it's got great movement, and it's the changeup. Really good changeup. He knows how to use it well, especially to these right-handed hitters.
Ooh. Just about got him to go after it. 1-1 on Cruz.
When you think about Nelson Cruz, big power, right-handed hitter, seeing a 69-mile-an-hour changeup. Not easy to stay back on.
Claudio gets him to bounce this one foul for strike 2. Alex Claudio, the 4th pitcher of the night. Talked about Ross's 5 2/3 in his start. Dario Alvarez with a 1/3 of an inning. Jose Leclerc an inning plus, and now Claudio.
You see him come set. He's got the changeup in his hand. That's his go-to pitch. Always starts with it, and then makes any changes he has to once he comes set. Whatever the pitch that is most difficult for you to grab, that's the one that most pitchers will start with in their hand, or the one that they're just most comfortable with. So Alex, in this case, he holds the ball behind his back, but he's got that changeup grip right there. You can see it. And if he changes, then it happens right there when he's moving his glove.
Off the plate, it's full count. Yeah, I've seen guys with that little, he's got all the extra motion, like the waggle with the glove, because a lot of times that's born from a guy who has a tell, right?
Yep.
When he does, make that change in grip. Maybe it used to be that he opened and closed or fanned that glove a little bit. Little tapper. 3rd base. Beltre, bare hand throw, and it's not in time. Cruz beats it out. Beltre with a smile and a chuckle. That's the play that he has made famous, or has made him famous. But that one hit way too slowly.
It was, and it goes down as a base hit for Alex Claudio against Nelson Cruz. But look how weakly this ball is hit. You see Adrian come in, like you said, so great at this play, maybe one of the best that we have ever seen. The key to that, of course, is the wide hand, right? As he's trying to pick up that ball, you get your hand as wide as you possibly can. Squeeze that ball tight. He did exactly that, and still tried to throw out buddy Nelson Cruz. But there was no chance even to get Cruz out that one. Great effort, though.
So a base runner for the Mariners, and here's Seager. He takes a strike. Seager tonight has managed to find Odor every time he's come up. Twice he's lined out to Ruge. Once he popped up out into short right field, and Odor made the play. 0 for 3. And he's in a hole here. No balls and 2 strikes.
It's been back-to-back breaking balls all of a sudden from Alex Claudio, and he's done a very nice job against lefties. 132 batting average against this season. Incredible.
Look at the runner and the 0-2. And there's everything Seager could do to get his bat on that one.
And he gives him the changeup, and I've talked about this before. It's what I love about what Alex does. Lefty on lefty changeup. It's really the last thing that guy is looking for now. Because of scouting reports, you got to put it in the back of your mind. So this guy will throw you a lefty-lefty changeup. We'll watch him strike out Lucas Duda last homestand. Bryce Harper over the road trip with it. It's a great pitch.
The 0-2. And a bouncer right side. Odor right there again. Throws over to first. In time. And that will end the inning. A 4-3 putout. Mariners will leave a man at first base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Scott Servais says, well, wait a minute, maybe not. He wants to check with his video review guys. Nope. We are going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rangers with a huge lead.
Download the McDonald's app and receive a free double cheeseburger with any purchase on McDonald's. Rangers double play, free double cheeseburger. Download the McDonald's app.
Well, it's a 6-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Some changes as Tyler Smith comes in to play second base for the Mariners. Curtis still toiling in this 8th inning. Adrian Beltre leading things off. And Guillermo Heredia also has come in the game in left field. Not done yet as Beltre pops one up back of second base. And Smith, just in the game, makes the play. Well, it was tough sledding in Seattle earlier this year, and you can see it's been the case for a while. Rangers' last 10 in Seattle have not gone particularly well. Here, though, hey, the Rangers play the Mariners pretty nicely.
They got a chance to up that run differential. We saw it at +10 and +6 so far tonight. So certainly a good start to this series, and for whatever the reason is, it may be, Rangers are comfortable here against the Mariners, and that needs to continue.
A good start to this series tonight. So with Heredia coming into left field, Ben Gamel moves over to first base for Seattle. That should take care of the changes this inning. One and one to Gomez. Gomez with 4 RBIs on the night. An RBI double in the 4th inning, and then had the 3-run homer in the 6th. The 6th.
And this was a changeup right down the middle. Carlos Gomez all over, just hammering this pitch to dead center. Take a look at the distance. You see the exit velocity there at 110 miles an hour. A missile from Carlos Gomez.
2-2 the count. He missed basically 1 month with that right hamstring pull. Just back up today after a home run last night in a rehab assignment in Frisco. Homered again tonight in the big leagues and has looked great.
Oh my goodness. Carlos Gomez looks locked in. Now it's interesting to see the swing on a high fastball finish on the knee, right? Look where this pitch is located. It's up. It's such a big swing that it brings him down. You'll see guys do that. We see Adrian do that all the time, right? But it's usually like a breaking pitch down and in. Carlos Gomez just taking such a huge violent hack.
And he strikes out swinging in this 8th inning. So 2 away. And that'll be up to Rougned Odor. Boy, tip of the cap to that guy right there, Zach Curtis. He has logged some innings here in relief. James Paxton went 3 2/3 in his start. And that has meant some workload for this bullpen. Tony Zych came in, pitched an inning and a third. And now Curtis trying to complete 3. Odor watches strike 1.
After the struggles that they had there in the 6th inning where he led up to 3 runs, including the home run, he's done a really nice job since.
Odor pounds the next pitch to the right side. Right there for it is Smith. And it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th inning for Zach Curtis. So we go to the 9th. 3 outs away. So the Rangers lead it 10-4. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. Good afternoon at the Nitkowski household right there. Oh, yeah, that was it right there.
I wish.
Fumble.
I wish.
One for everybody. 10-4. As we go to the 9th inning. Claudio back out for some work, got the double play, gave up an infield hit, and then the ground out to Kyle Seager. Rangers trying to secure the first game of this 3-game series. Tomorrow back out here for a 4:05 first pitch. Our pregame coverage will begin at 3:30. Hope you'll join us for that. Martin Perez has the start for the Rangers. against Giovanni Gallardo for the Mariners.
Here's the craziness too of Alex Claudio and everything that he's doing this year. He is averaging coming into tonight just 13 pitches per inning pitch. I mean, it's been incredible. Now in that first inning that he came in, he threw 11. Got the double play. I mean, it's just the consistency of what he has done, the quality of what he has done, the efficiency, like the low pitch count. It's been great. He's put just great work in. He's done a really nice job. And Jeff Bannister's going to ask him to try to finish this one off and keep his pitch count down. I think that's why we saw Jose Leclerc come out, right? 25 pitches, this kind of game, you want to have him for a while. The Rangers are getting ready to go on a long run here of consecutive games, and so you want to have that bullpen as available as you can.
Well, high hop to shortstop. And it results in out number 1. So ready to turn back.
Well, how about this? The Rangers are going to face the Toronto Blue Jays this Tuesday, and the first 7,500 kids, 13 and under, to the ballpark will receive a Rangers Captain Kids hooded towel, courtesy of Denny's. Get your tickets today at TexasRangers.com, or you can call 972-RANGERS.
Claudio pours in a strike to Jarrod Dyson. Dyson had the home run in the 7th inning off Leclerc. That was the only blemish on an inning in which Leclerc struck out the side. An old tapper this time to the left side. Beltre waits on it, bobbles, throws, and will not be able to get Dyson. A little exchange issue there for Adrian Beltre. It seems like there might be some confusion too.
We'll see what happened here. Adrian grabs this ball. You see it there, but you're absolutely right. The hand went in faster than the ball. You thought maybe they still got him out, and I tell you what, I think they did. You kind of automatically make that assumption, and I think Joe West did make that assumption that because it's Jarrod Dyson that he's going to beat that out.
I don't think there's any question on what we just saw. Dyson is out.
Joe West is going to be over.
All right, tough night down there.
I shouldn't say over. He's got a lot right down there.
That's a good
point. Who wants ever challenged? All the other groundouts he got right. That's not like Joe. Usually he's like, hey, you know what? It's a blowout. Let's get out of here, and just calling guys out even if they're safe.
Well, the interesting thing here too is that this is going to take an E5 and turn it into an out right there. That glove securely
Napoli's
holding
still
the
on
baseball.
bag.
Yeah, no question. And some of the reviews have been quick, although at times I'm almost confused at how long it has taken. Like, to me, I've seen that view. Surely they have that somewhere back in New York.
Yep.
That's all I would need. So there should be 2 out. And then the next question that I have, CJ, is why wasn't Dyson safe?
Yeah, did he? I don't know.
Right, I mean, with his speed.
Probably caught everybody by surprise. I mean, this guy always hustles, so I don't know if there was anything there. I guess we'll take a look at Jarrod Dyson out of the batter's box. Fake grabbing headphones. You see him here, and I think you probably, yeah, you see him pull up a little bit right.
They thought he was out.
Yeah.
And therefore, he, well, maybe.
Wow, they're still looking at this? That's incredible.
It's a shame, because it's just not that hard.
And this is a bad look, obviously, for Jarrod Dyson, who would have beat this ball out. Doesn't matter, it's a blowout game, you say, but still not a good look. And that's not what Scott Service wants to see, right? Yeah, okay, it's not a great game. One that most likely the Mariners are going to lose, but that doesn't mean you don't play hard.
All right, now we are close.
Psych. Joe said, forget, I'm just going to do it myself.
Let's see. Oh. And there we go. So a 5-3 put out. And there are 2 away. It's just weird how long that took.
Yep.
Unnecessary.
I agree. That's going to be an issue that Major League Baseball will continue to try and address. Because I'm with you. That took entirely too long.
But the result, the one that the Rangers wanted, 2 out here. And it brings up Mike Zunino. Zunino, 1 for 3. Had the base hit in the 5th inning. He struck out 2 times tonight. One and one the count. Well, Claudio trying to make it 6 out of 7 for this Rangers team. Bouncing back nicely on this homestand, the opening game. And this one up into the stands. One more souvenir. One more real nice play by a Rangers fan tonight. That would have been easy to leave one out earlier, but you stay and you got a ball.
That's why you stay.
Well, this one out into right field, base hit for Zunino. So the inning will continue.
Well, this is how you have to really approach Alex Claudio, who does not make very many mistakes up in the zone. You see this pitch well located down, even off the plate, and you just kind of stay on it. And maybe some weak contact, as you see Zunino is way out front. But the idea of trying to slap the ball the other way when he is hitting his spots and locating the way that Alex can, it's going to be your best bet.
Well, nobody worried with Zunino over at first. It's a large lead, and the pitch to Motter up and away. Well, it's a 7-game homestand, 3 this weekend against the Mariners, then Toronto in town. That's a strike, 1-1. And this is a very good start to the homestand tonight. 10-4 lead, 9th inning. Well, bouncer by the mound. Odor's there. He'll set up, and that'll do it. And the Rangers win it by 6 tonight, a 10-4 final in the opener against Seattle.
Well, great night all around for the guys that were returning. Mike Napoli with the base hit, Carlos Gomez with the double and the home run, but maybe none bigger than Tyson Ross, who was great in his 5 2/3 innings, 5 strikeouts to 3 walks, and just 2 hits allowed. Good to see him pitch so well in his debut here with the Rangers.
Well, nice crowd of almost 34,000 got to watch it tonight. A 10-4 Rangers win. Dana Larson, Mark McLemore, Mike Bassick, they'll be back to talk about the great debut for Tyson Ross tonight. They'll have the player reactions, analysis, and so much more. We'll be back here to talk about Robinson Chirinos doing it again, continuing to make the most of his opportunity. For CJ Nitkowski, Emily Jones, and our entire crew, this is Dave Raymond inviting you to stay with us. Rangers Live postgame show starts right after this.